guys, happy Saturday, happy Sabbath. I am so excited for today's episode. I cannot wait to get into this. This is actually my second time recording the intro to this because I realized later on that the intro when I first started recording did not pick up. So I was like talking and there was no words coming in. There was no sound. So it's kind of annoying. But anyway, today's episode is going to be getting into the secret societies and all of that. It's actually really, really long. I haven't checked to see exactly how long it is. Let me take a look here real quick for you guys so that you have an idea. I mean, I'm sure you already see, you're gonna see the length once I post it. It's probably like 3 to 4 hours long. It's a long one. It's a long one. You might not be able to get through it all in one sitting, but I promise you though, it is going to be the catalyst episode that gets us through into all the next stuff. And I promise you, in this episode, you are gonna walk away with a greater understanding of not just Timmy Turner, but of society and some of the very evil things that genuinely are just, they're despicable, should be eradicated. And I secretly, actually, no, I publicly despise them. Publicly. Okay. All right. Well, enjoy. I will see you guys later. All right. I'm not quite sure that we're discovering everything, but we are discovering quite a bit, especially in this episode. I think this episode is going to be the catalyst that moves us more into really fully kind of understanding the people that were around. Um, I'm going to call him again Timmy Turner in this episode because last episode I used his full name. I think I used it a little too much. And I don't know if it was the thumbnail that I chose or what, but it really got a lot less um pushes because I got a lot less views. So, like I said, the whole point of this is for people to see it, but if nobody sees it, then it kind of just goes into the void. And those who are searching for it and seeking for it hopefully will find it. But I will say, as a seeker myself, um, a lot of really helpful information tends to get buried under lots of unhelpful information. So I'm trying to avoid that. So we're gonna call him Timmy Turner again this episode. But yeah, so we're gonna get into who was surrounding him, who were the people around him, um, who who were his friends, and what were they doing, and what are they a part of, and why is it relevant? Is it relevant? Does it matter? Um, so yeah, so we're gonna get into that in this episode, and so in order for us to get started, this episode, I am going to do something very similar to what Baron Coleman does. So I don't want to copy him. I'm not trying to steal his shine here, whatever. But I do feel like an opening statement is going to be helpful in this situation to um, get us started into this episode. Okay. Last week, I remember I told you guys was hopefully wanting to get into the secret society portion of this series. And that's what we're going to start into today. It's important because it's going to give us the full context of who and what exactly we're dealing with in this situation. So, no, I'm just kidding. Not gonna, we're not gonna steal his shine to that point. I don't even know how to start an opening statement because that's the only way that I would know how to is based off of how he does it. So I don't know. I guess for lack of a better way to do it, here you go, guys. Here it is. That's gonna be here it is. Here's your opening statement. Take it. Um, so let me just pull it up here. All right. And here it is. All right, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, truth seekers. Imagine the most notorious white Anglo Saxon secret society in American history Skull and Bones. Founded at Yale by the Russell family on the blood soaked profits of the opium trade, a cabal steeped in occult ritual, political assassination, media manipulation, human trafficking, and generational control. A real life legion of supervillains that has quietly pulled the strings of empires for nearly 2 centuries. Now, picture all of that in blackface. That is the Black Boule. Black America's hidden ruling class. The Black Boule, also known as Sigma Pi Phi, is Black America's pseudo elite, a melanated mirror of Skull and Bones itself. Founded in 1904 in Philadelphia as the first Black Greek lettered fraternity, it was deliberately modeled after the Yale death cult. Its mission was never Black liberation. Its mission was service to the regime. W.E.B. Du Bois himself lived long enough to watch his dream of the talented 10th wrought into exactly this, a corrupt buffer class that traded the aspirations of the Black masses for proximity to power. By 1948, he openly admitted it had failed because it succeeded at the one thing America truly wanted from it: Black subjection and Black death for profit. The interlocking network from the Boule flows a tightly woven system of gatekeepers. Jack and Jill of America, the exclusive finishing school for the children of the Black elite. It grooms the next generation not as revolutionaries, but as respectable, obedient managers of the status quo. And then there's Prince Hall Freemasonry, once a proud institution, now too often a lodge of establishment buffers. Most Jack and Jill husbands, by the way, are Prince Hall Masons. Not a coincidence. The Divine Nine. This one's important. The Divine Nine. Black Greek organizations that dominate HBCU campuses, corporate pipelines, academia, politics, and the nonprofit industrial complex. They push Black excellence as nothing more than polished assimilation. The Black bourgeoisie, the lawyers, the doctors, executives, pundits, and media figures who dominate every visible sector of Black public life while keeping radical voices on a leash. Congressional Black Caucus and NAACP, the political arms that perform activism on cue but never threaten the empire's core interests. How they operate together? They form a perfectly engineered filter system. Identify any Black talent, wealth, influence, or charisma, whether in entertainment, politics, academia, or social media. They co-opt it, neuter it, or destroy it before it can ever fuel genuine Black nationalism or revolutionary energy. The culture you see today, engineered. The fear in our communities, weaponized. The distraction, self-destruction, and endless red versus blue theater, all part of the script. Even the so-called conscious voices who reach the mainstream are almost always containment agents, funded by the same system they pretend to critique. The real threats versus the insurance policy real threats. Malcolm X, the Black Panthers, Marcus Garvey, a post-1967 Martin Luther King were isolated, smeared, or eliminated. Meanwhile, the Boule, Jack and Jill, and their Masonic counterparts faced zero FBI pressure. Why? Because they were never the threat. They were the insurance policy, the bottom line. Steve Coakley, if you guys have never heard of Steve Coakley, I just learned about him. Okay, and I'll speak on him in a minute. But Steve Coakley spent his life exposing this exact truth. The Black ruling class is not confused. It is not misguided. It is not trying its best. It is the ultimate collaborator, the deputized 10% tasked with managing the 90% on behalf of America. They do not answer to Black America. And when I say America, when they are managing the 90% of behalf of America, I mean America spelled with 3 Ks. Okay? So you can read in between the lines on that one. So they're not answering to Black America. The Black elites are not. They answer to the empire. Their single non-negotiable job is to keep Black radicalism, Black autonomy, and Black power in the grave by any means necessary. This is the architecture of control wearing a Black mask. And today, we begin tearing that mask off. All right, there's your opening statement. So, if you're picking up what I'm putting down, essentially what the Black Boule is, I shouldn't even call it the Black Boule because the Boule is just is a group of Greek fraternity members who are part of an elite class for as representatives of the Black community. Okay. And then there's the separate elitist class for the white community, which would be, your Skull and Bones and your Freemasons and things like that. So this is an exact mirror of that. And they are essentially modern day house slaves to the white elitist community. I say that with no disrespect. I realize who is telling you this and how it may come off. But if you can see past my skin color and just listen to what I'm telling you and listen to the information that I'm telling you, that's really all that matters here. And number one, the whole white versus black thing or whatever, that is part of their game plan. They predominantly speak out against the white community as if they're actually doing anything against it. They're not. They pretend to. They continue to create this cultural divide between everybody. But that's because, like I said, they are the gatekeepers. They do just enough to make you think that they're on your side. And when I say your side, I'm speaking to the black community here. But in reality, the people that are paying them, who they're being funded by, and how they get into these positions that they get into is 100% a result of working alongside and for the elitists of the white community and even the community of the small hats. If anything, more community of the small hats than anyone else. We're talking the Rothschilds, the Bushes, the Royals, Rockefellers. Some of them are even descendants of. Okay, I've noticed in my research there's been a lot of intermingling, and a lot of it, and I encourage you all to go and look into this, and I will give you some at least one today, if not more, in different episodes of some references that you can go and some videos you can watch where they actually talk about how there are people in the black community um who have lighter skin tones as a result of having white parents, and then they will try to produce light skin African Americans who can pass as um they always tell you they're black. At least the ones that do tell you you're black. I don't know if there is any. There probably is. I'm sure people who have white skin tones who are actually also African American, but they don't tell you. Um and then there is ones that do tell you, and then they are representatives of the black community, and they are actually for some reason put on a pedestal even higher than everyone else in the black community. However, there is still very prominent um elite black circles where they are not doing that as well. However, there's also a lot of circumstances where they are adopted into white family circles or they are married into. So they are connected in some way, always. That's how they get into these roles. And I want to be clear here. I don't want to generalize this and say that every single successful black person is only there because they got into some secret society and are doing really horrible, evil things. That's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I'm noticing a pattern where a large amount of these people, especially ones in government or doctors or lawyers or even epidemiologists, okay, scientists, researchers, it's all of them. When we talk about Hollywood, right? Right? It's all of them. It's like nobody wants to believe that their favorite actor, their favorite artist, or their favorite singer, whatever, is a part of this elitist occult. But at the end of the day, it's pretty much all of them. Okay, so I'm not going to say it's all of them. I'm sure some of them started out organic. The truth of the matter is the ones that refuse to participate in it are blacklisted. They can't find work. Nobody wants to hire them. So they do have roles. That's where you have, your one-hit wonders in music usually. Or, they did a movie once and then that was it. And that does exist in these other positions too, with like the doctors and everything. It's like, okay, you can be a doctor, but you're not going to be doing any part of activism. You're not going to grow beyond that. You're not going to reap any royalties or get any extra monies. Like, you're not going to get any extra handouts. This is as far as your gravy train goes here, unless you're going to participate in this um, community that exploits people for their own gain. And if you're not going to do it, then these people, you just don't even hear about them. Like, they're still successful, but they're not they're not in the newspapers. They're not writing articles. They're not directors of colleges. They're not uh on your TV screens. They're not um participating in any like activist events or things like that. Okay? So, without further ado, with that being said, let's jump right in. So, last week, remember I posted on YouTube. And oh, hold on, one more thing. Sorry, I know I'm all over the place, but I need to correct the record here. So last week we went over Nell Bradley. She was the friend of Tim Cunningham, who um talked about how he had like a breakdown back in 2010, and she thought like there was something going on at his job and things like that. And then I said I didn't know why they were not putting her correct name, because her name is actually Nell Reed. But then when I went back and did further research, and I don't know if she corrected the record herself. If I don't know if she's watching this, I don't know. I know that people are watching it. I know because there's been some deleting on social media now. So I know that they're getting the information somehow. And so I don't know if Nell is watching this, and if she is, I just want to say I apologize. So actually, guys, and here's the thing is, like I said, I want to get it right. I'm not perfect. I'm a human being. Sometimes I'm going to get things wrong. But when I do, I'm going to correct the record every time because it's important that we get it right. Um, so I'm not here to double down on wrong answers here. So if I mess up, I'm going to let you know. So Nell Bradley. Bradley must be her maiden name. Okay. Um, and Reed, I'm assuming then is her married name, because on her social media, she has Nell Reed, and then she has in parentheses, she has Bradley, and usually that means that's your maiden name. And that would make sense too in this case, considering this is an older article. So it is possible that she has been married since then, or maybe it's vice versa, because I know she could have been Nell Reed prior, because then she got married. She said Tim was the godfather of her child. So it is possible that she was Nell Reed before, and then Bradley is actually her married name. So I don't know. In any case, that is her, but Bradley was not necessarily a mistake. It is at least one of her names. So I apologize for getting that wrong, and I wanted to correct the record there. Okay. Um, and then just to touch base from last week as well, down here, one thing that I wanted to mention was that, where was it here? Back to the parents going to the house and cleaning up the house. So, trying to find that here. Um, okay, right here. So it says, so on Wednesday, February 14th, that was when he was reported missing by his mother. Okay. They said they drove from Maryland after they didn't hear from their son, and they got to his house, and it says when they got there, they arrived around 7:15 in the morning. Okay. And then because the dog had been in there without having someone to care for him for a couple days, I'm assuming, if we assume that he actually went missing on the 12th, then that would be a couple days now of his dog not being let outside. So a couple days worth of, you can guess, all everywhere, right? So I can understand the want to clean that up before people come home, or people come to your home. Especially, if I'm being generous, if I'm being the devil's advocate here, so to speak, I can imagine, the Tim Cunningham's oh, dang it, I have to stop saying his name, you guys. Timmy Turner's parents, he they're very respected people in the community. Okay, they are. You can even hear by the way that they speak, especially his father, that they are uh they're proud of themselves. They're proud of their children. Okay, they've worked hard. They are articulate. They are um I mean, I picture them at their own home, and I can picture it being well kept, and them being, they kind of have like this veneer, of this outside image of, we are representatives of of what you should live like. Okay. And um so they just kind of remind me of, like, even like my own grandparents, for example, where you could just walk into their house any day, and it is, they take good care of it, and they're very proud of that. Okay. And that if anything was in disarray, they would be ashamed. They wouldn't want anyone to see. And I can understand that. However, in this case, and that's with me being charitable, I just, if my kid was missing, and like I said, having been in this situation, I know that my kid is a kid and theirs is an adult, but still, your baby's always going to be your baby. And if you're that concerned and you're that worried, I mean, maybe if there was pee everywhere, I might put some paper towels down real quick and soak that up. Maybe, maybe not. I might just be like, hey, I got here and I found it like this. And it's really bad, but I don't know what happened, and that's why it looks like this. Like, it's almost like, why would you like, you should just leave it and be like, look, his dog's, look at what happened because he hasn't been here for 2 days, I can't imagine being that prideful that you're like, I need to get this done before we call the police. And now, even more, uh what I forgot to mention last time is they got there around 7:15 in the morning. And then it says here, if you look, at 3:05 p.m., the police arrived and Cunningham's parents took them so the police didn't even arrive to the house until well into the afternoon. At 3:05 p.m. They arrived there at 7:15 in the morning. So that means that they waited about 8 hours before they even called the police. Now, there was a report, and I can find it. I have it saved somewhere, but I don't have it pulled up for today's show. But there was a report where she was saying that she was just so distraught driving all the way when it was her turn to drive, that she just was, that's what she said, she just broke down on the way there. So you were that distraught the whole way, the whole drive, and then you finally get there, and now you wait 8 hours. Now, maybe it was like 7.5, or 7 to 7.5 hours, because I know, like, once you call the police, it takes some time. But that's another thing too. I mean, for the police to just show right up once you call them as well. I mean, a lot of times, if you have a missing person, especially a missing adult, a lot of times the police don't respond really at all, even, because they're like, they're an adult. Like they probably just went on vacation. Like they don't have to respond to you if they don't want to. So just give it some time. They'll turn up. It shouldn't be that way. I'm not advocating for them to be that way, but I feel like that's a lot of the times that is the case. So I don't know. I feel like the timeline there, either information is missing, some context is missing, or I don't know. That doesn't sit well with me. That you're claiming to be very worried. Your son's been missing for a couple days. I mean, I almost would have called the police on the way there to just say like, "Hey, I'm on the way there. I need you to do a well check." And they had the ability to they said there was a neighbor who had a key to get in the house. That's another thing too, is they already had somebody go check the house on their behalf, which again, with Timmy Turner telling his dad, you're being controlling. They had gotten into an argument or something along those lines, and he was saying that you're being controlling. I mean, yeah. I mean, if they have friends and family in the area that have keys to your house that can just go check on you whenever they feel like it. And this is a 35-year-old man who has a career and everything, and he's being treated as though someone needs to keep tabs on him as an adult, right? So it's just something is off there. And like I said, with them having the ability to have somebody go in and check, and they did, that person told them like, yeah, the windows are open and everything, the dog's here. It's like, okay, so you already knew before you even left Maryland. That was the reason why you left Maryland. You already knew that something wasn't right. So why didn't you call the police then? Have them go take a look at the house. And now, again, this is a very complex situation because you have, unfortunately, in this country, it's a disgusting fact, but it's a fact nonetheless that the Black community um doesn't trust the police. And I don't, you know what? I don't blame them. I don't even trust them. I mean, with my skin color, I might have a fighting chance, but at the end of the day, if you're not one of the royals, your skin color doesn't matter. If you don't have a tiny hat, your skin color doesn't matter. Sometimes your skin color matters even with the tiny hat. But in this case, depending on the context and the situation, it's not always great for us either. And that's a lot of my point here is it's not really white versus black. It's not really left versus right. It's really just the reasonable versus the unreasonable, the elite versus everyone else, the 1% versus 99%. But they have the 99% pointing the finger at everybody else. And it's helping them. It's helping them stay hidden. It's helping them not be evaluated. It's helping them not be looked at. And these gatekeepers are allowing it to remain that way by pretending to be on your side and pointing the finger at the white boogeyman and saying, "Oh, it's your white neighbor that's the problem." No, I'm sorry. Maybe, yeah. Is there some rule? Yes, it exists. It does exist. I've met these people. Okay, they exist, but they exist in both communities. There is racists in every race. There is racists within their own race. I have seen it firsthand where there's people in even the Hispanic community and the Black community, and I'm probably even in the Asian community. Actually, I know in the Asian community. There was one time where I was getting a pedicure and I was uh you know, embarrassed by my legs because it was winter. And even in the summer, I don't really tan very well. I just burn and then. I'm a very pale person, okay? And so the winter's even worse. But when I went to go get the pedicure and I looked up my leg, I was like, "Oh my gosh, my legs are so pale." And the woman doing my pedicure, I don't know if she's Vietnamese or um or a different a race, but she was Asian, and she told me she could have been Chinese, but I think she was Chinese. But she told me that in her culture that people will uh they admire She could have been Korean because I think this is something in Korea too. They admire people with pale skin. They aspire to be pale to the point where they will paint their face pale. If you remember the Disney movie Mulan, when she went to go get, when she went to the matchmaker and they're like, "Oh, we're going to find you a husband," right? They painted all of their faces white. They put them in whiteface, essentially, because that was considered the beauty standard in their culture. And while I am honored that they find my paleness beautiful, I just, I don't know. I mean, it's not, I'm not saying I'm not insecure. I've learned to love my paleness and it is beautiful. Um I think we're all beautiful in our own way. And even in contrast to that, you have some people who are darker complex and they're on the other end of the spectrum. So I would say in paleness standards, I'm on like the very end of the spectrum. Like I don't think you can get any paler than, well, unless you're ginger pale. The ginger pales, I love my ginger community. They're so beautiful. You got the red hair, the freckles. I think that's probably one step further than me. Um, Although I think so it's Coach Colin who put me on to the fact that they're actually considered part of the African American community as well. So I don't know. I don't think that matters. That's neither here nor there. But there's that end of the spectrum, right? And I would say I'm on that end. And then there's the other side of the spectrum where you're not just dark complex, but you are extremely dark complex. Um and my point being, in these communities there is this kind of idea that the darker you are, the less accepted you are. Um and it should not be that way, but that is even, like I'm saying, even within their own communities, it is, there's racial divide, and that's just an objective truth, okay? um and it happens even in my own community. It doesn't happen when I'm around uh communities that value pale skin, like in the Asian community, for example. But in my own community, I'm just like, it's my paleness is, I can't even tell you how much I've been made fun. I've been called see-through. I'm see-through, and it's true. You can see my veins. I'm a jellyfish, guys. Secretly, I'm an undercover jellyfish. I'm see-through. That's how white I am. I'm so white, I'm see-through. All right. So, um, so yeah. So I say this to say that it is possible, given the history between the police, especially the Atlanta PD, um, and the Black community, it is possible that they didn't feel comfortable calling them until they got there. That maybe they wanted to see, um, if things had been, if something had happened to their son first, so that they would know if the police tried to cover something up. And I say that because I do believe, based off of my research into his parents, that at the very least they are aware of the boule, if not a part of that community. Now, I need to be careful here. I need to be careful here because I want to be clear when I say I'm not at this time yet. I still have we still have further to go, but at this time yet, I am not saying that they were a part of the of his disappearance. I am saying that at a minimum, they probably had a suspicion, given that they were given some concerning text messages, okay? Given that they were told by people that he was, they said he sounded paranoid. I think they could tell that he was, they said stressed, but I think paranoid is probably the correct word. And we went over this last week where we talked about how there seems to be a trend of people getting very paranoid or freaked out when um when they realize that the walls are closing in on this thing. Okay? And whether that because they were a part of it and then they said something they shouldn't have, or they found out something they shouldn't have, or they said no, they're not going to participate, whatever the case may be, whether they found out that they were a part of something they had no idea they were a part of and said they didn't want to be a part of it, or they were actually a part of it themselves and then misstepped. Um, that I don't know we'll ever know. We might know, but as of right now, I don't know. I do, because that's the thing too with like even Charlie Kirk. Like we don't know if he, and there could have been developments. I haven't been able to watch Candace or Baron or anybody for like the last 2 to 3 weeks. As I've been doing this research, I'm telling you guys, the only thing that I've been doing is going to work, taking care of my kids, and any free time I have has been going into deep dive research into this, guys. So, it's like all of my free I have no free time. I haven't spent time with friends. I haven't done it because there's no time. And I feel like this is that important. I've gotten to the point now where it is that important to me that we get to the bottom of this, or at least try to figure out what we're dealing with here. And it is so far away from the official narrative. And of course it is. I mean, we all figured the truth would not be what they're telling us, right? Because whatever they're telling us doesn't make sense. Like, for example, they got to the house around 7:15 in the morning. Police don't show up till 3:05 p.m. Why? Why is there an 8-hour gap? You're trying to find your son and you call the police 7 hours later. I don't understand. When you knew firsthand that something was going on. And like I said, there could be um this fear of wanting to have the police involved and trying to see if you can figure it out yourself first. I understand that. That's me being charitable. Um, so if we're being charitable, we'll go with that. If we're looking at it from the lens of them either participating in the cover up or being aware of the cover up or being forced into the cover up, that's kind of where I'm at. They're either being forced into it out of fear for their other two children that they don't want to be found, have anything happen to them, or they sacrifice their son to the government. And I hate to say that, and I hate to come right out and be accusatory of that. And I'm not saying it's for sure one way or the other, but I do feel like uh it's possible given the timelines, given their messages, and given who they're involved with, which we'll get into in a later episode. This episode, we're going to focus on one of Timothy's friends, the one who decided to delete something off social media, which may or may not be relevant, but considering it was deleted, leads me to believe that it must be relevant. So it's a data point that I will be and kind of already have dived right on into. But uh which is and that's one of the reasons why I have to be careful as to what I show on here first, because once I start showing stuff and I start showing people, I already knew that was going to happen. I said that on the first episode. You guys heard me. I said I have to be careful. I have to go slow, because if I release too much information too fast without having all my stuff, without having all my screenshots of everything that I need to have already, because if I didn't have this screenshot that I'm going to show you guys today that was deleted off their social media, then we wouldn't have this information. It literally would just cease to exist. It would have got swept under the rug, and we would not, like, if it was not for the fact that me, and I'm the only person in the world who has this information, if I did not do this, you guys wouldn't have it. The world wouldn't have it. And the truth would be we'd be further and further away from the truth. Okay? So it's important that I don't. And now I know why Candace does what she does. Because there's people that are like, why don't you just get on with it? Why do you have to drip drop, breadcrumbs information? It's like, yeah, well, because the thing is I have an idea of what could be happening. Okay. But if I don't have all of the information I need, like, let's say I'm still looking into it. Okay. And I think that they're involved with a certain person, and I need to find out if they're involved with this person. But if I mention that I'm looking into them, they'll delete all of that before I can even get to it. Okay? So that's why people do that. So Just not that Candace needs any defending, but I'm just saying, like, that's how it is. Also, too, back to circle back to what I was saying about how this kind of uh paranoia and things kind of rhymes with the Charlie Kirk case, is that you have to wonder, did he know what was going on, and was he involved in participating in that, and then decided to not be involved in it? Or did he do it unknowingly, innocently, and then found out that maybe his wife is his handler, found out all of this stuff, and then they're like, well, he found out, so now we have to take him out. Is that also a possibility? I don't know. And I don't know how, like I said, I haven't watched Candace in a few weeks because I've been so deep into this, so I'm really behind on it to even know if maybe they've answered that question or not. I don't know. But that's where I'm at on that for now, is that in this case, it's kind of rhyming as to, like, did Timmy Turner know? Was he involved? Was he in agreement with participating in this elitist kind of class in order to put himself in this place? Or was he more innocent? Was he just going along thinking that these opportunities were being presented to him? Remember, we went into this last week where he was writing an article as a freshman at Morehouse talking about how he had these mentors and they were providing him he got to go to these conferences and he got to participate in all of these scholarships pertaining to the CDC and other uh, entities. It's almost as if the opportunity just fell right into his lap. He didn't even really have to work for it. It was almost seems as though it was effortless. I'm not trying to minimize all of the work and progress that he put in, because I do feel like he did very well. But looking into him a lot further, I do have to wonder how much of it is his actual research and how much of it is script, and how much of it is his actual research that got minimized because he tried to publish it and was told he couldn't. Maybe his whoever approves his publishes had to take things out or force him to take things out, and maybe he finally got frustrated with that and fought back against that. That's also possible. Okay. So all of this needed to be said moving forward here. Um we might get back into this article because there's some things here. Oh, we're for sure going to be getting back into this article for other reasons. Because there's some text messages here on his phone that are, I feel, important and things like that. But for today's episode, because people want to delete stuff, we're going to get into that. And we're going to get into the boule. So, where is this video? So, we're going to pull up this video here. And we're going to talk about Timmy Turner's friend, or colleague, or whatever you want to call him, who I believe may or may not have sold him out. And I say that for a couple reasons. Number one, his interview that I'm about to show you with the news doesn't sit right with me. And number two, his family and his background, and the fact that they are in fact involved with the boule. His demeanor and his friend groups, and his recent deletion of a particular picture involving an in-law of his that we will get further into her next episode potentially. At some point, she is going to get brought up again, but I'm bringing this up a little bit early. I already have all the information on this person. That's why I'm doing this. But what happened is last week when I was showing you guys the pictures and I couldn't bring them up properly, I accidentally had her photo brought up, and I will pull that up here. I will show you. So last week, when I was trying to show you guys pictures of Nell Reed, this popped up. And if you go back and rewatch the video um, of that, sorry, it's acting up here. Right here. So her name is either Alina or Alina. I think it's Alina Lewis. Okay. Um, and she works in as a teacher, and they live in New York. Okay. And we're gonna get a little bit. I'm gonna tell you a little bit more about her background here in a moment. But this picture popped up on my last episode, and I don't know if I was in the way for that for you guys to see her, but um, yeah. So I wasn't even talking about her. I had her images saved. I had all this stuff saved already for a different episode, and accidentally got looped into last week's episode. And I don't know how I stumbled upon it. I must have went back into uh Joe Carlos, which is Timmy Turner's friend and colleague from Morehouse. Um, I think I went back to his profile to find a different photo, and then I noticed that that a particular photo with her in it was no longer there, and it was there. And I have the screenshot. My screenshot was taken on April 9th. Okay, so that was the beginning of this month. Now it is no longer there. And I do believe that is a result of this picture popping up for a mere moment. Last episode, I didn't even say her name, nothing. It was just the picture, just this picture right here. Popped up for a second. I said, oh, whoops, not the right picture I wanted to show you. And then we got into Nell Bradley Reed. Okay. So yeah. Naturally, my next question is then why did you delete it? Why did you delete it? And we'll go right into I'll just show you the picture here that was deleted. Right here. If you look right here, here's the name, Joe Carlos. This is his Facebook account. This picture was posted, and you can go look. His profile is public to some extent. Okay, on Facebook. And it says it was posted on June 22nd, 2012. Okay. And now, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe I could be missing it. Okay. I've checked like 5, 6, 7 different times trying to find this picture in his pictures again. I can't find it. Thankfully, I already had this screenshot. I don't know why I took this screenshot. Okay. I don't know why I felt like it was important to take this screenshot. I just felt like it was. When I tell you that God truly works in mysterious ways and God guides people of light towards truth, I mean that with my whole chest. And anybody who is involved in the dark arts or the occult or these Greek demonic secret societies will be exposed eventually. The truth will always be prevailing. Okay, so something told me I'm being guided by light. Okay, something said this picture is important. Now it says right here, my siblings, Alina, Jordan, and Marjan. So his brother is Jordan. That's his sister Marjan. And then he says Alina. Now, I know for context, Alina's not actually his biological sister. That I'm aware of. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if she was. Let's just say that with everything I've been finding. However, for now, we're just gonna go with what we know, and that is that she's his sister-in-law. Okay. She's married to his brother Jordan Carlos. Okay. Now, the reason why I felt like this particular picture being deleted was interesting is because he didn't delete all of the pictures he has with her. Okay, like for example, this one is still up. Okay, this is him with his sister-in-law and his brother, and here's his sister. This is his wife at his wedding. Okay, that is still up. There's also other photos, and I'll show that in a little bit, of her at a family gathering and all that. I think the reason why this one might have been deleted is because it specifically says, you know, my siblings. So it specifically ties her to him versus this just being someone at an event or someone they know or something like that. I actually don't think that I have the picture of her with the whole family, with her parents and everything, but that is up on his Facebook if you want to go look at it. Um, I do have it saved somewhere, but I don't have it in this PowerPoint for whatever reason. But nonetheless, this is the one photo that specifically just like he posted and he was like, these are my siblings. Okay. So this directly ties her to him. He cannot any longer say that he is not involved with this woman in any way, whether it be through business relationship, familiar relationship, whatever. Okay. Now, why would he do this? That's the real question, right? Why? Why would you even need to delete that? Why would you want to separate yourself from this person, from this Alina Lewis? I have some theories. We're going to get into that later on, but I just wanted to state for the record that this was deleted. I didn't even, like I said, didn't even mention her. All I did was pull up her picture by mistake. So people are, so that's like I said in my YouTube post the other day, I said this proves a couple things. Number one, people are watching. Number two, we must be near the target. So, and as you guys know, you're going to expect me here every week. So if I don't show up every week, if I don't, I will, if something happens where I have to postpone a show or I say we're not going to have an episode this week, I will let you know. I will put it on YouTube. I will make a post and I will put it on X as well. For those of you who follow me on X. So you will know that I'm not doing it because I made a post. Okay. And I will take a picture of myself as well, holding up the date of the day to show you like this is me, this is today, nobody's using my account to pretend to be me and I'm missing somewhere. No. I also have people involved close to me that will get messages out if necessary. Um and they'll be even more exposed than ever before if I go missing or if anything happens to me or my family. So, um, these people are very powerful. That this is not a fail safe. I don't believe, I wouldn't expect it to be. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they perceive me as a threat, they will handle it in some way or another. So, I just want you guys to be aware of that. But also, if something like that happens, I'm hoping we can get through this series and I can get you all the information that I have. But if something does happen where I can't do that, I just want to say don't stop looking. Never stop looking. Never stop asking. And pay attention specifically to the people that were around him at this time, the people that were claiming to be his friends at this time, family as well. Go watch my previous episodes, okay? And pay attention specifically to all of the details that I've shared you and then just do deep dives on it. Look into them. There's something to it. Especially if something happens to me. Look into them because there's something to it. I'm telling you. All right. So, this is the video. And I'm sorry if it's like really loud or something, so prepare yourself for that. It's hard for me to adjust the gauges on like news articles.
Don't wait for the next.
I'm not gonna make you listen to that. We'll just take the volume off for the ad here. How you guys doing? You hanging in there? How's it going? I know some of my viewers say they do cleaning while they listen to me, and that's fair because I do cleaning while I listen to Baron and stuff too. It's helpful. Um, get a lot done and while learning information at the same time. Multitasking. All right, here we go. Oh, and for context, this is a year, just this article says, 1 year since Timothy Cunningham went missing, his legacy in Atlanta quietly builds. Okay, so this is them referencing about Timmy Turner a year later. And then also too, this is a data point for a future episode. Remember this name here. This is the author of this video, Matthew Pearl. Oh, yes, Matthew Pearl, you're not exempt. And don't worry. Don't worry. I already have a lot of information. Okay? So, uh yeah. We'll be discussing how Matthew Pearl is apparently also, and that's the thing, is like what a coincidence. How many friends Timmy Turner had. He had friends in the media, he had friends in the fire department, he had friends in the at the colleges, I mean he had the political friends. I mean it's like this guy had every single friend you can imagine of in every area of this story. The people who are reporting on it, the people who are finding his body in the river as friends, the people, and that's the thing too, is like this guy could have interviewed anybody. No, he's like, I'm going to interview specifically Joe Carlos. I'm going to interview specifically the guy who is 100% has family in the Boulay and is likely in the Boulay himself and is surrounded by several people in the Boulay. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. Like, what a coincidence. What a coincidence that you don't hear from his family a year later. Hmm? It's very interesting the people that they choose to talk to a year later and what they choose to talk about a year later. Okay? So let's take a listen.
In Atlanta. It's All Saints Day at Atlanta First United Methodist Church.
Let us know that you're here.
Pastor Jasmine Smothers lights a candle for each member lost in the last year.
We remember that
She says out loud a name that's been on her mind for months.
we give thanks today for the life of Timothy Jarrell Cunningham.
This time last year, Tim Cunningham was missing.
Well, tonight, no one knows where Timothy Cunningham is.
A commander at the CDC, a pillar of Atlanta advocacy. His disappearance reached the world.
I walked into my nail salon and there was a picture of Tim with a missing sign, and I literally had to walk out, collect myself, and then come back in.
The coverage focused on clickbait. Commenters spread conspiracies. Lost in it.
I just want to stop right there because I don't understand the idea of this being your friend. Now, I don't know if this is his friend. So there could be that, but like this idea that like you're gonna finish your nail appointment. I don't know if this lady, I haven't looked into her very much. I'm assuming that because she's being interviewed, I mean, maybe I shouldn't assume that because she's being interviewed that she's involved. It's just, it leads me to believe that because a lot of people that are being interviewed seem to be involved very deeply in some way. It's almost like they're choosing just like in the press conference when we saw that it was like, oh no, only this guy can, no, don't ask them if they have any questions there, Mr. Alex, whatever his last name is. That was the guy, the guy in the fire department talking right after Cortez Stafford, who got up there and was like, okay, is there any more questions? And then they were like, oh no, you can, no, you're not going to be answering any questions. We didn't, you're not part of the script for that. This guy, Mr. Michael O'Connor, is going to be the guy doing that. Backstory on him, he's also involved in the military and other things as well, but we'll get into that later. But yeah, so it just seems very like coordinated of like these specific people need to be interviewed and clued in and tied into things. Okay. So that's why I assume that. I'm not doubling down on that. I'm not married to that statement. I could be wrong. She could be a genuine lady, but it just seems weird to me that someone you apparently care about so much so that you were so distraught that you had to collect yourself. You're like, okay, I'm gonna go get my nails done now. What? I don't understand. It's the same thing with like his mother getting to his house saying she's so distraught the whole way there. She broke down and then she gets there and she's like, I need to do some house cleaning before I call the police. Like, what? I'm not, just seems a little off. It's not normal, is what I'm saying. It's not how normal people react or respond to your friend going missing or your friend being deceased or something going like that, or your child being missing. It's not a normal reaction. And yes, I understand that everybody reacts differently in a crisis, and not everybody's going to react the way that I would. But I would like to know, and please tell me in the comments, because maybe I'm crazy, and I need people to tell me if I'm crazy. If I'm too, I might be looking too much into this. That could be the case. Can you please let me know in the comments? Do you think I'm looking too much into this? Or, how would you react in this situation? If this was your child, if this was your friend, how would you react in this situation? Would you finish your nail appointment? Would you clean up the home? If you were frantically concerned, like you were genuinely concerned for this person's well-being, what would you be doing in this moment? Please let me know in the comments. Please let me know I'm not crazy. And if I am, please tell me I am so that I can mark that as a data point. Because here's the thing is, folks, I got to check myself as well. If we're going to get to the truth, we got to be honest here. And we got to look at things from a reasonable lens. That's the thing, is I want to look at this from a reasonable lens. I don't want to be too far-fetched. I don't want to get down the road so far into the weeds of conspiracy that it's just like, okay, well, that's just now we're just ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be ridiculous. I'm trying to be serious. I'm as serious as a heart attack right now. Like I couldn't be more serious. So if it seems like I'm getting a little too conspiratorial, please let me know, because I don't want it to be that way. I don't want this series to be that way. So like I said, guys, this is a group project. I'm just sharing my notes. So please feel free to give me your input because it helps. I see some people's comments online in other YouTube videos regarding Mr. Timmy Turner, or even in other subjects. And their comments or their input actually sparks me to give myself some thought of like, oh, I hadn't thought of that. Like, for example, it was somebody's comment on YouTube that said maybe it wasn't that he was passed over for a promotion. Maybe he was being offered a higher status, a higher level, and he turned them down. Maybe that's what it was. And I hadn't considered that. So I do value your guys' input, because this isn't uh this is the Veiled Reckoning show, but at the end of the day, this is for the community. This is for us, and hopefully for Timmy Turner himself. Hopefully we can get to some real actual closure here. And for his friends and family who are looking for real actual closure as well. So yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know that if you have something to add, please let me know in the comments. I would love to see it.
All was the impact of a man entwined in his city more than most understood.
Back porch at my house.
Joe Carlos knew Tim through Morehouse,
Holding my little girl.
first as a classmate, then as a friend.
All right, so right here, this is Joe Carlos. One thing I noticed, his phone is broken. Granted, this is a year later. So I don't know if that's related, but I wonder, I'm like, is this a phone that he could have had that day and there was a struggle and the phone got broken and this is an older phone? Maybe. I mean, this guy has enough, I'm telling you, this guy has enough status and money that he doesn't have to have a broken phone. Part of me even wonders if that's even his phone. I can't now this right here. Let me be honest with you. This is entirely speculation right now. Entirely speculation. So please don't take any of this about the phone as fact. But I just find it odd that, like, you're going to be doing an interview, it's going to be televised. And so you use this broken phone. Now, it almost, if I had to guess, and I'm speculating here, but just for pure speculation purposes, what if he was out there that night and he was with Mr. Timmy Turner and there was a struggle because you have to understand the windows were open, okay? Everything was left at home. His phone and everything was left behind. So it suggests that possibly he was taken, okay? And I'm sure he wasn't taken easily. Now, if in that struggle the phone gets stepped on, broken, or whatever, okay? Now everything's said and done, right? Let's say Timmy Turner is handled, the night's over, he goes home, he has his phone, it's broken, he needs to get rid of this phone. Probably gets rid of the service. He probably doesn't want anything to do with this phone because it probably has information pertaining to uh uh meeting up with him, right? So like if you're going to meet up with somebody um deceitfully or you know you, you come as a friend, it's always their friends, right? So Tim's probably thinking he's meeting up with a friend, and they're having text exchanges back and forth, and he probably trusted him, right? And he was probably paranoid and he was scared, and maybe he trusted that this guy, Joe, had his best interest. He thought he could trust him. And he comes and they have this talk, and then I think obviously things then turned for the worse there. And now if he had to get rid of the evidence, part of that evidence wouldn't just be whatever's on Timmy Turner's phone, but it would be um everything on his own phone. And yeah, you could just do like a hard reset and things like that, and maybe he did. But that's kind of my point, is that if the police, maybe he was thinking, if the police happen to look into my stuff, I can't say that I completely got rid of the phone because that would be too suspicious, right? So maybe he kept the phone but deleted everything, right? Um and right here, this picture, I'm trying to look at it, and it looks like, because you can see the right here, you can see like the image right here where it looks like it's on a a website, like a either Instagram or Facebook. It looks like Facebook. And then it probably says like photos or something right here. So he's pulling it up off of a site and he's saying like, this is him with my daughter. Well, I looked into this and I couldn't find, that's the other thing too, is these pictures do not exist on Joe Carlos's social media. He is actually, outside of just reporting on him being missing and outside of him reporting that he has been found deceased, there is no pictures of him with him and just him. Like, we're friends, we're buddies, this is just us. Okay? There was a photo that existed like that, and I only know of it because I found it um looking into other people, and there was a celebration of life service for Timmy Turner, and in the background they had a giant screen showing photos of him with his friends, his family, his life, right? It's a celebration of life. And there was a photo, so somebody at that moment when they were taking a photo of his friends or family at the place, in the background you could see on the projector or the TV screen there was a photo of Joe Carlos and Timmy Turner next to each other. So even at the celebration of life, they are being portrayed as friends. It's almost kind of like being forced that like these people were friends, like good friends, like best friends, right? Um, I don't know if I believe that, and I'll explain why a little bit later. But yeah, it's just odd. And like I said, the fact that this picture doesn't even exist on his social media anymore, it's like if it mattered to you enough to show this, you sounded like you really valued this picture in this moment. Yet it's no longer on any of the social media, at least that I can find. Like I said, I could be wrong. I'm sure, and I'm open to being wrong. So, Joe, if you're, and it's funny, Joe, it's always Joe, right? Baron has his own Joe. Now I have my own Joe. It's always got to be a Joe. Like, what's the deal with the Joe? Is it just the name? Like, it's always a Joe. So, Joe, if you're seeing this, please, I'd like to know, why do you not have this picture on your stuff, on your medias, on your socials? Although you felt it was important to share here. And also too, I did find, this is his daughter, by the way. Uh-oh. Why did that happen? Oh wow. Maybe yeah, I am watching. I don't know. Uh but yeah, I lost my train of thought there. Yeah, so that is his daughter, by the way. And that picture that he was showing actually was much older. His daughter at that time was that was like a picture, I believe, and I could be wrong. I think it was from like 2013 or 2014 or somewhere along there. This was like what, yeah, because I think his wife had pregnancy pictures of like being pregnant in 2014. So he went missing and passed away in 2018, and this is now, so it's like, if you guys are such good friends, why are you showing pictures from so long ago? Like, don't you have a recent picture with him? I don't understand. And I was unable to find it. I was unable to find any recent pictures of them together. And it could be because they were friends when they were in college and then they just kind of like separated, right? But in that case, it's like, well, then why are you uh coming out to have these conversations about your friend that you haven't talked to in years? That's what I don't understand. Like, didn't he make new friends? And I'm not saying that you can't be involved. I'm just saying, like, I feel like the friends that he keeps in consistent contact with, or is close enough with, that he has recent pictures of and with, you would think that they would be involved as well, but they're not. It's just you. Like, the only person talking on his behalf or giving any information about Timmy Turner is a friend that apparently doesn't have any recent pictures with him at all. Okay, so like for example, I have a good friend of mine. I considered and still do consider one of my best friends. But life took its course. She went her way, I went my way. She has kids, I have kids. I have a career, she has her thing going on. It's life is very busy. I haven't had to, like I was telling you guys, I don't even have time to watch Candace or do anything that I actually want to do. So it's like, it, to spend time with friends is like completely unheard of right now in my life. Um, so she's rightfully so, she's made new friends, she's made new connections, she has a whole different life, she's a different person, and so am I still consider her a near and dear friend, and I would do anything for her if the time came. But to say that we're in consistent contact, or that it would be right for me to completely insert myself and dominate and be the voice for her in the event that something were to happen to her, God forbid, I wouldn't say that that would be me. I would say whoever was recently in her life and had recent information as to why or how she could have disappeared, or what could have happened, the circumstances around it, I think would be more appropriate. And I would be okay with that, because I would be, like, hey, you obviously have more information. You've been hanging out with her, a lot recently, so you know more about her right now than I do, even though I know a lot about her past and I know a lot about who she was at the time when I was friends with her. I would be great for that. But as far as right now, in the last recent years, I wouldn't be able to tell you guys anything. So the fact that this friend who's showing a 4-year plus old picture, and using that as a way to say like, oh, and the fact that you even needed to do that, it's like, why do you feel the need to prove that you're such good friends with him? Like, yeah, look, see, here's him holding my daughter. We're such great friends. It's like if you're good friends, you don't need to like prove that. You could just say like, this was my best friend. This is how things were, whatever. So I think just that by itself is odd. Um, but let's continue on here.
Conspiracies. Lost in it all was the impact of a man entwined in his city more than most understood.
Back porch at my house.
Joe Carlos knew Tim through Morehouse,
Holding my little girl.
first as a classmate, then as a friend and alumnus who donated constantly and taught public health classes for free.
The conspiracies, that stuff, it seems so beneath him.
He just loved Atlanta.
So you see that? Let's rewind that. Just a second here. Oh yeah, that is Insta. If you slow it down. First of all, I think this is Matt Pearl here. Which is also Joe Carlos's friend, by the way. So they are all, well, yeah, I do believe they are friends. We'll get into that later. But the fact that, and of course we can't see his face, so I can't prove that's Matt Pearl, but the fact that the author is Matt Pearl and this looks exactly like the back of Matt Pearl, which I do have pictures of and we'll get into in a different episode. I just find it to be a little odd that we are uh we are all in. I mean, what a coincidence. You go missing, you find up dead, and your friend who's going to report on the person reporting on it is your friend, and then the person they're interviewing is also your supposed friend. Like, what a coincidence. Like, if I went missing and I died, it would just be random people reporting on it. None of my friends are, and look, he was a great guy, and he went to great prominent schools. So of course his friend groups is going to be people who go on to do great things. However, what a coincidence that they are all involved to this extent, right? It's like a coincidence of a coincidence. Like that's insane. And the fact that also his friends were also like Cortez Stafford, who works for the Atlanta Fire Department, who was the one who found his body. What a coincidence. What a coincidence that all of Timmy Turner's friends are involved in the finding of him, the reporting of him, the media. What a coincidence that Joe Carlos specifically was chosen to speak as his friend on his behalf, right? And what a coincidence that what he says is the conspiracies are beneath him. Where have we heard this before? Where have we heard this before? It sounds very familiar. Now, again, it's back to that. It's not going to be the same, but it rhymes. Okay, so back to the whole stop. Just stop. Stop asking questions. Stop looking into it, right? The famous Erica Kirk, just stop. Looking at it, stop. Right? So it rhymes. This is all the conspiracy and remember, this is a year later, so it almost feels as though they had to put this out there because people were not satisfied with the people were still talking about it. Keep in mind too, 2020, let's see when this article actually came out specifically. So in February of 20, so almost exactly a year later. Okay. So it's almost as though it's like, hey, like we really need to hammer down, make sure like, nope, we're done talking about this. Stop asking questions. Timmy Turner wouldn't want you doing it. It would be beneath him. Okay? Like there's something about that just it strikes me as odd, especially coming from Joe Carlos. Considering who his family is, what his job role is and the fact that he's using old photos instead of new photos. It's almost kind of like this insertion into the story. Yeah. So I wanted to state all of that. And it was exactly this interview, by the way, that it's something didn't sit right with me about it. Just the fact that it was like shutting it down, like just beneath him. And I was like, oh, well, who are you? And then I just did like this deep dive into him, his family, his friends. So that's why I'm able to share this information, because I already have all this. So, like I said, he's already deleted one photo. And the real question is why? I think I know why. We won't have time to get into that in this episode. But the point is that I showed one thing and now things are getting deleted. So we'll have to wait and see if Mr. Pearl decides that he's going to delete stuff as well now. Because that'll be another data point if he does. Again, I want to reiterate, if I'm mentioning you, it's because I already have enough information and I'm not concerned if you go and delete stuff. So you can delete it if you want to, but just understand that once you do, I said it in the first episode. I said, as a matter of fact, I hope you do, because then it lets me know I'm on the right. So now I know, like, because I was a little on the fence. I was like, I don't know. I was like, I think it seems like they might be involved because this is very weird. This feels weird. This sounds weird. You guys are involved in very weird groups and you're very involved politically, and you sound like you're his friends, but you don't really seem like you're his friends. Why does this feel so weird? And then he went and deleted that, and I was like, now I know. I don't know, but I know no. Now I know. That's another thing. Now I know why Candace says it, because it's like, I don't know, but we know no. Like, that was the moment for me, and I was like, I am either right on target or I'm very close to it. So it's a data point. This episode is definitely going to be the catalyst moving forward, because now we know, or at least now we can, it is my highly opinionated uh viewpoint. Okay, because I can't say definitively that this is the case. Like I said, some of this stuff in here is going to be speculation, some of it's going to be fact. It is however, at this point, my highly, 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 strong opinion that Carlos has more information about what happened to Timmy Turner and is either involved in it or aware of who did it. Okay? And like I said, the fact that he's deleting stuff without me even mentioning his name, all I did was show a picture of his sister-in-law, and now all of a sudden pictures that link him to her are being deleted off of his social media. Yeah, you're hiding. Why would you hide? Why would you delete that if you're not hiding? If you're not trying to hide that? So,
Girl, first as a classmate, then as a
I'm going to try and pause this and see if we can see the date on this photo. So this is, yep, so this is his social media. That's the other thing too. Is like he had to go on his social media. So this was posted on his social media, and yeah, like he doesn't have this picture in his phone. It's not saved on his phone. Usually if I have pictures of my friends, I don't necessarily have to go onto my social media, but that's not, necessarily compelling. Sometimes it's just easier to pull up things from your social media. But at the same time, this picture is quite old, like I said. So it's just, and it says right here, so at 32 likes, Joe Carlos, something, something, up from a nap, baby, something, uncle.
as a
It said Uncle Tim. I just caught it there for a split second. Uncle Tim, that loving face. So I'm assuming that, she must have been like not super happy waking up from a nap, but Uncle Tim and then that loving face. It probably says, and this is, speculation, but just filling in the gaps of words here, which is something I happen to be really good at. I'm sure he said, either my daughter or her name is something up from a nap, but seeing Uncle Tim's loving face shortly after something that taken. I don't know. Okay. Okay, right here. So, um, here, I'm gonna cover that up because I don't really want people to know. I'm not trying to dox people, and I'm not. I don't want certain names to be shown because it's not fair to them. She has nothing to do with this, so please don't do anything with this information pertaining to their daughter. Okay, please don't do that. If we're gonna keep doing this show and being honest people, then we cannot involve. I do not want any children to be um, like I said, I'm only showing this because I feel like it's relevant information. She's a very, despite whatever her father may or may not have done or been involved in, is nothing on her. She's a very adorable baby right here in this picture, and I wish her nothing but love and light and true guidance throughout her life. Um, and this has nothing to do with her. I just want to be very clear about that. Okay, so he says her name and he says had just woken up from a nap, but then Uncle Tim, that loving face, touch shortly after the pictures taken, they chilled for a minute. Okay, so Uncle Tim. Now here's the thing is I don't know that he's related to the Carloses, but at the same time I have often speculated if that were a possibility because it has been stated that the his mom had had relatives in the area that could go and check on him that had a key. Okay, so if they are in fact if they are somehow related biologically, then uh you know that could be possible. I'm not completely taking it off the table, but I don't have enough information at that time to say for sure. There are also cases where people just say someone's your uncle, your brother, your sister in this case. It makes it very confusing, and they do that for a reason. They want you to be confused about it, number one. And number two, sometimes it's a term of endearment, like, oh, you're my sister, oh, you're my brother. A lot of times, like, they call everybody brother, like, especially in these societies. Oh, that's my brother, you're my brother, because of this society, okay? But that's another thing, too, is he called all of his friends, Joe Carlos, if you look on his social media, everything he says is this is my brother. This is my brother. Okay? Even when he mentions about Timmy Turner in an article that we're going to pull up here, he does this is brother Tim, all of that. But for some reason, and this is real time me figuring this out. I never actually paused on this picture here. But this is real time uh him calling him Uncle Tim to his daughter. Okay? I will say too, I think I mentioned previously that I could not find this photo. I think I know why now. I think it's because I thought this was Facebook, but it's actually Instagram. You can tell by the symbols here. He actually has his Instagram blocked. So you cannot see. You can see his professional Instagram. He has his own photography hold on a second. He has his own photography business, and that you can see that is public, but his actual personal Instagram is private unless you're friends. So it is possible that this photo is there on his Instagram. Um, Nonetheless, I don't think that that changes my viewpoint on it and the fact that this picture is old. I mean, I'm looking at the date here. Yeah, for some reason it looks like it says 2018. So it almost seems like he posted it because this picture, this his daughter here. Now, there's pictures of her with the same headband, and I do believe even on the same day back in 2014. Okay, so it almost seems as though like he posted this picture specifically to, it's like it wasn't posted before. Maybe someone sent it to him so that he could post it because maybe he didn't actually have it in his phone, and that might explain why he doesn't have it in his photos and it's on his Instagram instead. It's interesting. I wish I could see this date a little bit clearer. Um,
Made. Then, as a friend and alum,
okay, maybe it does say 2014 on there.
as a friend and alum, as a friend and alumnus who donated, as a friend and alumnus who.
I don't know, guys. It's just too blurry. So we can't really mark the date as a data point. The only thing I can tell you is that his wife was pregnant in 2014. I do believe that their daughter was born in 2014. And Timmy Turner didn't go missing until and die until 2018. So I do know that this is an older photo. And like I said, out of speculation, and I don't know why he's calling him Uncle Tim here. I don't know if there's any actual biological relation, whether because of his wife or because of just the fact that, or because of him. Okay. Or if he's just simply calling him Uncle Tim. So that I don't know. But I do wonder why he's using, like I said, for somebody who has enough money and status to get a new phone, why are you using a broken phone? And especially knowing that you're going to be showing this on and it's possible. Here we go. Again, devil's advocate. What if his phone broke that morning? What if he had a rough morning? Okay, he slipped and fell, the phone fell out of his hand, hit the floor, cracked. Is that possible? Absolutely. So that's why I said this is completely pure speculation here. But if we were going to speculate on if he was somehow involved that night of the disappearance, I don't know that he was. I do think that he was involved in some way or another. But actually being there in that moment, that I don't know at this time. But if he was, like I said, this phone, if it had gotten broken in the struggle and then he wanted to keep the phone to be able to show authorities, text messages and things like that he probably had wiped, then he would be able to do so while also having, a completely different phone. So, anyway, just something to consider. Something to speculate on.
Donated constantly and taught public health classes for free.
The conspiracies, that stuff, it seems so beneath him.
He just loved Atlanta. He loved Atlanta so much. And I just could not imagine this city without Tim.
Nearly 2 months later, in early.
Pay attention to what he's wearing in this picture. This is going to be important for our next segment that we get into in this episode.
Nearly 2 months later, in early April,
there was no signs of any foul play.
a body was found in the Chattahoochee River.
Again, why are you playing this on a cell phone? And this looks like a completely different, is this possibly Joe's phone that isn't the broken one that has a case now and everything? And, now we need to reiterate the fact that remember how many times I said there's no foul play? Like, it's almost like they need you to believe this. They are forcing it down your throat that there is no foul play, to the point where it's even a year later and they're saying the conspiracy theories are beneath him, and we're going to take a video of a video on this countertop here of this phone. And knowing that Joe Carlos's friends, or at least in in the same group, or they're all in the same kind of friend realm. They all have that they're part of the same community when it comes to the friends. So assuming that him and Matt Pearl are friends, which is here at his house doing this interview, like, yeah, it could very well just like, okay, guys, all right, we're setting this up. Like, it seems very conspiratorial. And I don't mean in like a conspiracy theory kind of a way. I'm saying it seems as though they are trying to tell you a story, or at least tell you need to believe this story in this way.
There was no signs of any foul play.
A body was found in the Chattahoochee River. It was Tim.
There was sadness, there was anger, there was
Look at that. It's the same phone that they were just playing that video on. And
confusion.
this picture, if you look at this picture right here, this picture, I don't believe I've seen it on any other picture. This looks like a personal picture on their phone that they would have because they're friends. Okay? So this just seems like, oh yeah, look at that. Look at right here. Right here. I just caught it. Hold on one second. You can see it for a second in the reflection. Unless it's like,
was confusion.
oh, never mind. Oh man, you guys, I thought I got onto something, because I thought I could see this in the reflection of you see this little whale here from the brand. I forget the name of the brand. It's like Vine something or something like that. I thought for sure I could see it like in the reflection of this photo. Wouldn't that have been perfect? Like, aha, so you did take this picture. But yeah, I find it odd that on the same phone they have this picture that wasn't really shown in the media that I'm aware of. I could be wrong on this, so don't. If I end up finding this later on that like the media was using this during the time of his disappearance, or during the time that they found him, then I will correct this statement in the next episode. But I don't remember seeing this photo of Tim. This looks like a photo they have on their phone that they got somehow for this interview specifically a year later.
There was sadness, there was anger, there was confusion, and then it's like, okay, now how do we honor him, and how do we celebrate him?
At Morehouse, they've worn buttons in Tim's honor at homecoming and are using his class's 15-year reunion to fundraise for a scholarship. Last fall, the CDC published a collection of papers about health disparity and dedicated it to Tim. And at this church,
His parents said to me, we'd like to establish an endowment in Tim's name at Atlanta First.
an endowment for homeless ministry that focuses on mental
Again, not sure where this picture is coming from. I'm not even really sure where it's being taken at,
health.
but it's on this phone that they recorded that press conference on. Which is interesting because the news should have that press conference themselves because they were there, right? But it's like, no, the only way you can find that press conference is by looking it up on like YouTube or whatever and then rewatching it there.
endowment for
It's just interesting.
homeless ministry that focuses on mental health.
As poor yet making many rich.
Every month, they cook and serve food down the block at Safe House. Tim used to join them.
As soon as it was announced, donations started rolling in. We've done no advertisement about it other than it was in the bulletin at his funeral and in the newspaper in his obituary. Donations just continue to come in.
A year ago, the world learned about a missing man. A year later, that man's passion continues to shine in the city in which Tim Cunningham was so entwined.
I pray that the city of Atlanta will remember Tim. that they will understand that they are beneficiaries of the life of Timothy J. Cunningham.
So yeah, I don't know. There's something about
Don't
there's
wait for the
something
next power
about the
outage.
church being involved, that they have a nonprofit set up in his name. They have buttons. They have it's kind of like again, like the whole they gave like when Candace says like, "Oh, well, Martin Luther King gets a day." Now Charlie Kirk on his birthday October 14th gets a day. So Timmy Turner gets a fundraiser or whatever in his name for this.
Premier has
I don't know that
Generac
that's
generators
compelling
in
in any
stock
way.
now.
I just feel
Keep your
like
home.
it's another data point that religion always somehow gets tied into it. Nonprofits always somehow get tied into it. Donations somehow. It's like, why do you need to profit off of someone's death all the time? I don't understand. But okay. Anyway, I digress. So, with all of that being said, let's pull back up my PowerPoint here. So now that we have kind of an idea of Joe Carlos, we can then go into these pictures here. If it will let me. Here we go. So again, this is his sister-in-law. And we will get more into her at a later time. This is that picture, like I said, Joe Carlos, his siblings. Again, it's one of those cases where, oh, here's Uncle Tim, here's my sibling Alina. Like, no, like that's your sister-in-law that we're aware of. So just these interchanging of like anybody can be your mom, anybody can be your dad, anybody can be your sister, anyone can be your brother. Just because you're like a brother means now you're my brother. Just because you're like an uncle to my children, now you're the uncle to my children. It's sometimes it's a term of an endearment and sometimes it's used maliciously and deceptively intentionally. Okay. So we need to be aware of that. Okay. Again, here's his wedding. Also, too, so we're going to move forward here. This is his family right here. So here's Joe Carlos. Oh, and look at that. I never noticed this before. But if you notice right here, he's wearing a skull and bones. Look at that. Not sure I never noticed that before. Sometimes there's things that like I think I know, and then like I get into it, so I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. So there's that. This is his sister here, Marjan. This is his mom. Her name's Hazel, and this is his dad, Joe Carlos the second. Joe Carlos is the third, so this must be the second. Okay. And then here is his brother, and this is Jordan Carlos. By the way, fun fact about Jordan Carlos, who's married to Alina Lewis, by the way. Interesting she never took his last name. That's another thing that happens. I don't know if it's by deception or if it's the fact that their name is very prominent in certain communities, that they use it as a way to gain status or notoriety. Your name in these communities, I've noticed, has become very important to the point where people will take their mother's maiden name because their mother comes from a very established, well-known activist or political figure, like a president or whatever. Um, so they'll take after their mother's maiden name instead of even though their last name is actually something else. Or in like example, another one like in this case where her last name should really be Carlos, but she's choosing to remain as Lewis. So then it leads you to wonder like, are you actually married or are you just saying you're married? I do feel like people get married and get divorced and remain together like marriage in a lot of these cases, and I'm not saying that it is in this case, but I've noticed that there seems to be like marriage is being used as a way to move around politically versus actually being like in a relationship with people. So it's really more of like a paper trail of convenience versus an actual familial relation or any sort of actual relationship. It's really just more business than anything. So these people will be on paper married for the name's sakes, for business reasons. And then, and again, I'm not saying specifically these people right here. I'm just saying I've noticed that what it seems like, what I've in my research, that people will do this in order to move into certain circles or have their name be more prominent than it actually is so that they can get into certain positions. And that's why I'm saying your name really matters. And that might be why she never changed it. I don't know. Again, it's back with like the whole like Nell Reed versus Nell I don't want to get it wrong again. Um let's see, Bradley thing. So, why she chose Nell Reed over Bradley or Bradley over Reed, I don't know. Maybe she didn't. Maybe that was just my mistake. I don't know. But here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna move on here. But yes, so that's Jordan Carlos, and then I'm gonna pull up exactly who that is here. So he's actually a American comedian and actor. He is what you would consider someone who is somewhat famous or highly famous, depending on how you view it. Um, he did look familiar I mean, he's famous enough that when I saw him in Joe Carlos's family photos, I immediately was like, "You look familiar." I don't know why, but you do. And that explains why. He's been in shows like Black Mirror. He has his own I think podcast or something like that. He's on certain shows. He's involved in a lot of different things as far as like Hollywood and things like that. So Jordan Carlos is an American stand-up comedian who played a recurring character on the Colbert Report and was a co-host on the Nickelodeon kids show Me TV. He also appeared as a panelist and reporter on the nightly show with Larry Wilmore. So I'm not surprised that he was on the Colbert Report, who was recently, I think, like reported to have potentially been involved in some things in some networks that he maybe shouldn't be. I don't know. I don't know that there's any validity to that. I just know that it was mentioned, so it's interesting. Hollywood as a whole, though, really has a bad reputation, so it's not necessarily anyone's fault if they don't believe that everybody in Hollywood is innocent in that. I could do a whole separate series based upon the disgrace and utter um dysfunction and absolute malignant cancer stain that Hollywood is. But for time's sake and for my sanity's sake, we're not going to do that in this moment. But if first of all, if you're watching me to begin with, it's because you understand that already. I'm going into this with the context that you are aware of. People don't find. I'm assuming people don't get to my channel or find me without being already enlightened at some point. And in the event that you actually haven't been, well, congratulations, you're about to be. Okay, so if you don't know about Hollywood and you don't know about the Mr. E class, and by Mr. E I mean the E files, okay, go look into that. Go have fun. Go do a deep dive. Go nuts, and try to keep your sanity as best as you can. Okay, and then after you're done, come back. We're glad to have you. But for everyone else that's kind of already at the point where we realize this, um, the fact that Jordan Carlos, which is a brother of Joe Carlos, which again, it's like, wow, what a coincidence. What an absolute coincidence, you know? Um, oh, my son is right outside the door. I might have to pause this for a moment. We might have to do a part two if I can't edit the videos together here, but I think I'm gonna have to take a little bit of a break. Just got to check on my son real quick, and then I will be back. So 1 second here. Hmm. Woo, woo, woo. Okay, so I don't know if I have to do like the whole like doing a whole bunch of stuff before I start talking thing, cause I just went back. So I had to stop recording because I had to help my son with something. And then I went back to watch the clip that I just clipped. And like the first 30 seconds wasn't like I was talking, but you couldn't hear it. And I almost had a full mental breakdown because I was like, I literally just recorded myself going over in explicit detail everything that I've just found. And I thought that there was no audio the whole time, and I almost just like gave up. I was getting ready to write a post like, guys, sorry, no episode this week. Like, I'll see you next week. Like, I just don't have the energy to even go back. But thank God I like fast forwarded it and then you could hear me. And I was like, oh, okay. So, like, the first 30 seconds, my mic doesn't cut in for some reason. It's very annoying. But anyway, so I'm back. Let's pick up where we left off here. So yeah, so I was talking about Jordan Carlos and him being in on Nickelodeon and various different things, and then more particularly though the Colbert Report being a Democratic comedy late night show, I do think is important for us to know moving forward, um, because he is, if we're going to continue on with this theory of the boule, which in some cases isn't really a theory at all, it actually exists, and I have proof of that here today in this episode. His parents, Joe Carlos and Joe and Jordan Carlos, their parents are in fact involved with the boule, and so it wouldn't surprise me if their children are as well. And I think that's how they get into these positions. You don't I what I'm finding is that a lot of these positions are specifically tailored and orchestrated. Okay? Some of the people in the boule are put in there to do things like this. They use their they are groomed in a way to perform in a way to protect, like I said, the best interests of the elitist class, which is ultimately going to be um your government and whoever's controlling it. A lot of times it is the little hats, okay? And it's mostly the what you would consider the white elitist community. And these boule groups, like I said, they're part of these secret societies that mirror the secret societies of a lot of these groups and these prominent well-known elitist colleges, such as Harvard being one of them, Yale being another. I'm blanking on a few others, but you get my point here. It's not a secret that people have well thought of President George Bush being involved in the Skull and Bones and things like that. And these are things that are typically generationally passed down. Okay, it's because it's not something that you just go find someone off the street and be like, hey, we want you to join the secret society. No, because the whole point of it is for it to remain a secret, right? It wouldn't be good for the people who are controlling everything, controlling your media, controlling your finances, controlling your everyday day to day. It wouldn't be good if you were aware of that, right? Again, it really is sort of kind of this Truman Show. Now, whether or not the participants in it are aware that they're participating in it is the real question here. For a lot of them, yes, I do believe it, and it's because they do heavily rely on symbolism. I know that sounds childish. There was actually a point in my life where and again, I was younger, okay, so I'm only 30. I am just now being privy to this, but I do remember that, especially around the years like 2010 through 2014 and things like that, where there was this kind of especially during the Hillary campaign, too. There was a lot of conspiracy theories, they call them. You have Pizzagate, and then there's the Illuminati, right? This whole, like, I'm going to cover the eye thing, and then they're doing, like, the symbolisms with the triangle thing. Remember, I told you in the last episode when we saw Nell Reed doing that. And she was, again, she's next to these very prominent political figures and activists and involved in these political groups. You now have Jordan Carlos, Joe Carlos's brother, who's involved in political commentary, and and also performing in things that aren't political as well. But everything has a message, okay? A lot of these um, actors, and not this isn't just Jared and Carlos. This is Hollywood as a whole. They do things to send a message. They want you to either believe something or um, they want to minimize things or make things normalized. A lot of it really is to control the masses. A lot of it really is. A lot of it is psychological, tying back into MK Ultra, things like that. So they can only do that through things like the media and movies and television and all of that. I mean, if you really look into the meaning of even Hollywood, right? I wonder if it was Barron. It could have been Barron. I learned a lot of things from Barron. Shout out to him. Thank you. You are like one of the forefathers of research. Yeah, so I probably did learn this from Barron. But it's Hollywood or something like that. Like Hollywood, like if you break it down and you look up exactly what Hollywood is, it's apparently like some sort of like witchcraft like branch used for witchcraft to like hypnotize people or something like that. So apparently that's where the term came from. Again, I think I mentioned before I had to hop off that like we could do a whole series on just that alone. So we will not be doing that today, folks, because we just simply do not have the time. But I do think that it's important to mention, that there is people within the boule and they are in different sects. So they're in different sectors of like, um, you have some of them being involved in the like online social media and they have a huge following. Okay. And it's usually engineered that way. It's not by chance. That's kind of what I'm alluding to here, is that this is not somebody who's worked their way up to this position. It's kind of like this was always going to be your position and we have groomed you to this point. And the reason why I say that is because of who their parents are and where they came from and what they're a part of and what that role does and what they are accused of being and doing. So if we're under the assumption that these secret societies do in fact control the masses and do in fact participate in evil occult like practices in order to control the masses so that they can remain in charge and can remain holding the leash in order to have their power and their status and their money and everything, then that is exactly what they would need. They would need people, they would need gatekeepers. And the boule is really just a gatekeeper for the Black community. Because the reality is that if the Black community realized that if they knew everything that was happening, I think they have an idea, but they don't ever actually get anywhere. It's because the elite Black people in the Black community, even the people in the NAACP, especially them, really. A lot of these organizations that are apparently they're built to promote and represent the Black community really is it's a wolf in sheep's clothing is really what it is. Like I said, these are essentially the modern day house slaves. They are essentially paid, they get a piece of the pie from the people who pay them or own them or whatever, whether it be the little hats or whom have you, um so that they can go on their lavish vacations or have their own comedy show or have their own uh business and have it flourish and whatever. I mean, for lack of a better term, it's very similar to what you would call selling your soul to the devil, right? So you sold your soul for money, fame, whatever the case may be, and now you have to play your part. And your part is to do X, Y, and Z. And that's so that the devil, who has even more money than you do and even more power than you do, and will always, instead of inflicting their power onto you, they inflict it onto the rest of the masses. So as long you play your part and don't ever expose them. So their role is to be the gatekeepers of ever exposing them or allowing the Black community to revolt. So they always call out white supremacy and they always call out um the issues that are happening within the Black community. You have your Al Sharpton and your Jesse Jackson and all of that. But they never ever ever, and you'll notice they never actually um organize or do anything meaningful to actually stop it. I mean, how many times have you seen somebody a um, someone in the Black community get unfairly judged or get murdered? I'll just call it straight murder, because sometimes it is just straight up murder from a police officer or anyone else, and have it just be not even really um represented. I mean, there's the times you hear about it in the news, and and I do believe that the cases that are put in the news are, if you're hearing about it, it's because they want to send a message, or because they're trying to, it's propaganda. A lot of times the only time they ever represent you is to push propaganda for the elitists, like the George Floyd case, for example. A lot of that was propagandized. If you watched my Mr. E series, the one of the medical examiners who was hired by Mr. E's brother would be Dr. Baden. He's always, that's another thing. He's always involved in these high profile, very controversial deaths. He was involved in the OJ case. Okay? Like, you can say that this is a series of coincidences upon coincidences. Yeah, but how many coincidences until we start being like, okay, is this a coincidence? Because it keeps happening. I'm so confused. Why are you always involved in these very high profile, very highly televised, very controversial, highly emotionally inflated, inflammatory, diversive, intentionally diversive cases, right? And at some point you have to start to wonder, is it because you are not actually looking into the case, you are an actor reading a script for the elite to spin a narrative, to do propaganda? Because at the end of the day, what it ends up doing is it causes this racial divide. And as long as we are divided and we're blaming each other, then we can't actually figure out who is the one pulling the strings, right? Who's the one behind the curtain? And it seems as though as anybody who gets even close to the curtain, or um is a member behind the curtain that is no longer useful, they seem to disappear publicly and or otherwise. Okay, so they are to be protected at all costs, and that is the line, the dotted line that they sign when they sign their life away for, whether it be fame or prominence or political whatever. And sometimes they don't even do it for themselves. Sometimes they sign their name there for their children. They want their children to have they want their children to be successful. Who doesn't? That's what I mentioned in the last episode too, was that that it's hard. Nobody wants to believe that somebody would just sell their children to the government, right? For malicious reasons. So part of me wants to believe that there was this just this paternal instinct to set your children up for success, and part of me wants to believe that that's all they know. Maybe their parents set them up for the same success, and maybe they didn't, maybe they weren't so strong-willed, maybe they weren't so stubborn, right? It's the stubborn ones that just won't fall in line, or won't follow the company line, or won't uh, hide the people behind the curtains, that seem to be the issue. The Charlie Kirks, the Timothy Turners, the Martin Luther Kings, the Malcolm X's, and many, many more who don't even get named because they were never like publicly prominent, which Timmy Turner wasn't either, but he ended up becoming publicly prominent because of the people that he knew. He knew so many people, and so many highly influential people, um, that they were able to get his story out there and have it be even more inflated than it otherwise would have been. Okay. There's actually some scientists right now that have been missing um, in recent events. that I was thinking about getting into, um, and I might later on. But it's there's you have to wonder how many people do go missing and are found deceased that knew things that resulted in their untimely death and don't even get reported on. Nobody knows. Nobody will ever know. And I'm sure that there's several. I'm sure that there's several. As a matter of fact, while I was looking into apparently the 4 bodies that were found into the Chattahoochee while they were looking for Timmy Turner, those are actually very difficult to find. And I'm going to get into that in a different episode. But as I'm looking through this, I want you on your own time. Like Google, if you're curious enough, Google the Chattahoochee River and Google how many bodies have been found in there. It's almost as though like every month or every other month or every few weeks or so, even now, like they're just recently, I think just this year, um, and multiple times this year already. They're always found. They're usually always found by fishermen. There's fishermen, unnamed fishermen that have found these bodies. Okay, so I wonder, like, how many of these people, if we actually look to see who they are and what they were looking into, because this Chattahoochee River, man, let me tell you, it's a lot of bodies get found there all the time, all the time. It's crazy. And it's not even like it's not like publicized heavily either. It's like this kind of like they put one article and they're like, "Oh, another body was found anyway, next." And it's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. This is like body number what? 3,000 and what?" Like I don't know if it's actually 3,000, but it's a lot. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it was. I mean, for the simple fact that apparently they found 4 other bodies before they even found Timmy Turner. So they found a span of 5 bodies in a matter of a couple months in a river. Like the fact that that wasn't even mentioned. I mean, it was just like, is that not a concern to anybody? I mean, like that's insane. And who were these people? And how come they're not being mentioned? It's very difficult to find them. So yeah. I don't want to get too far into the weeds on that. That's gonna have to be, like I said, another episode. But my point with all of this is that I mean, there's even people who are friends of or involved with or have family in the government, whether it be someone on city council, whether it be somebody who is a prominent political figure. But I have found people that work work within the water control department and even like uh, the recreational wildlife areas or what have you, the waterways. Basically, they're involved with working in, near, and around the Chattahoochee River. Okay. So when I say that they are that it's odd that there's a coincidence that Timmy Turner's friends and family and all of that, they all have jobs that are involved in media or government or the police department, the fire department, the I mean, I guess I don't know necessarily the police department, but more than likely. And then you have even like his neighbors. Even I will have to get into that in another episode. But even his neighbors somehow have uh they have the same like friend groups. Like what a coincidence. It's a lot of coincidence and they all have their role to play. Some of them are like I said government roles, some of them are this. And a lot of this here is this acting and political commentary and all of that is to their role is to try and while you're just getting off work, you're throwing on your favorite TV show or whatever, they're there to be funny, trusting, so that like you trust what they say and so that they're trying to persuade you one way or another um politically, and they're also trying to make sure that you don't. But they don't do it so far as to make sure that you revolt. Their whole point, their whole job is to make sure that you don't actually know enough or do enough to overthrow their bosses. Their job is to be the gatekeepers. They're the house slaves. They are there to make sure that you stay in your place and you don't go too far. Okay? And so if any one of them steps out of line and starts to tell you too much, if they start to become a threat to the people who gave them the contract, that's when you start to see they get blacklisted. They don't get they don't get views. They don't get sometimes they get unalived depending on the circumstances. So it just if anybody actually has a platform, and like I said, I don't want to assume that any professional or successful Black person is somehow complicit in some secret society. No, but in this case, they are. And a lot of times they are. They are in that position specifically for and only for to protect those that control them, the ones that hold the leash. Okay? And they do so because they get to have a more comfortable life. They don't have to be a quote, if we're going to use the term slaves here, which again, I realize it's who you're hearing it from may not be comfortable to hear. But I don't mean this in a malicious way. I mean this in an informational way. So please understand that. But if we're using the methodology or the analogy of slaves here, because it's easier to understand, if you have the house slaves, they do not want to be a field slave. As a matter of fact, I would consider myself a field slave. I'm probably not on the tier of being like racially profiled or anything like that. But like I said, at the end of the day, it really is the elites versus everyone else. So at the end of the day, when it comes to the bottom line or it comes to protecting their wealth, they will toss me over the edge just as easily as they would someone of color. They might toss the person of color over first, but then they're coming for me next. And it doesn't matter that my skin is pale. It matters that I'm not one of them. So that's what I'm saying is we're really in this together. But I say, I consider myself to be not part of that elitist class. So anybody who's not, it's not even like really a racial thing. It's really more so you have the house slaves, which I do believe that there are even other people of color. There's the Asian people that are house slaves, white people that are house slaves. I do think that there is this kind of buffer in between the people who are pulling the strings and the people who are defending and protecting the people that are pulling the strings. For example, Charlie Kirk, white. I think that he was one of the gatekeepers. He was one of the buffers, whether he knew it or not. Okay? And now that that's kind of being exposed as to who was kind of pulling his strings, or at least trying to, I mean, they took him out just as easily. If not, I mean, they did it publicly to send a message like, hey, you better abide by this contract. Okay? So it's just one of those things. Because that's how they really keep you in control. Because you do get to a point, some of these people get to a point where they're so wealthy as a result of being that buffer, being their house slave, that they do kind of get emboldened a little bit, where they're like, hey, I have enough money. I don't need your money anymore. I'm satisfied now. I'm satisfied. My family's good. They're doing well. They're going to continue to do well. I don't need to be your house slave anymore. I'm just going to leave. I'm not going to participate in this anymore. I'm fine. So that's how they keep, because at that point, that's how they keep you in line. Like, hey, don't ever think that you're above us. Don't ever think that if you just get enough money, you don't need us anymore. Because at the end of the day, your money's not going to save you from being publicly assassinated on live television. Right? Think JFK, think MLK, think Nixon. Or was it Reagan? Or was it both? I don't know. I know people get assassinated. That's all I'm saying. It's a thing. So just, keep in mind that at some point, that is the measures they have to take, because it does get to a point where you can only have so much money. You can only, once you travel the world and you do everything, it gets to a point where it's like, I don't want to go out there and pretend to be upset with somebody for no reason or whatever, or push this narrative. And they're like, yeah, well, you're going to do it anyway, because otherwise this is what's going to happen. And I do think that's why Charlie Kirk's assassination was public, because it wasn't just about neutralizing a threat to them, but it was also a necessary message for anyone else who thought that they were above, um, or anyone else who thought that they no longer needed to honor the contract that they signed, right? If you're selling your soul to the devil and you sign the contract, that just because you have money now doesn't mean that they won't kill you. And some people don't care. Like, I do feel like Charlie Kirk, like I said, leading up to that, he was nervous. He was, you could tell he was paranoid, or he was aware that they were, watching him, that they were maybe not happy with him. And he still chose to go out there anyway, knowing full well what could happen. Because at some point you start to become, I can imagine, it's kind of like debt, like if you get in so much debt, like let's say you have student loan debt or you have medical bill debt or whatever, it does kind of get to a point where it's like you've been so stressed about it and you've been climbing up this hill and you literally just cannot get out of this, that it's like, okay, so you're not going to get out of it, so you might as well, stressing about it isn't going to change anything, right? Being anxious about it isn't going to change anything. Running in fear of your life or hiding or whatever, it's not going to change the fact that you have that debt, right? So if they're threatening him or they're saying such and such is going to happen, I think they full well know what's going to happen, whether they're going to hide about it or not, right? So that's kind of, I think, where they were at on that. And I think Timmy Turner was probably starting to become, he either, like I stated before, he was either starting to become aware of what exactly he had gotten himself into, or he was groomed to be without his consent, or he was, like I said, or he consented at some point and then didn't want to participate anymore and was dealt with. So that's one theory that I'm looking into right now, and that's why we're looking into these people here, because they're acting very strange and they're saying very strange things. Okay. But yeah, so I think that was Jordan Carlos's role here. And so here we go into this next part. So let's get back up. Oh, I have on the wrong thing here. 1 second. Sorry. Here we go. So we're gonna get back here. So this is, so again, Joe Carlos's family, and then again, if you notice, like I said, wearing skull and bones, not really trying to hide it. And without context, this image doesn't really look, you know, not like innocent or anything like that. Um, oh, go backwards. Oh, it just keeps going forwards. All right, let's go back here. Oh my gosh, it always starts at the beginning. Okay, here we go. So yeah, so I mean, without context, this wouldn't be as significant as it is. Like, it's not even that nice of a shirt. Like, it's like, who wears this? You know, like as a grown man with children, a wife, a professional career. Like, this looks like something like a kid who's into pirates or something would put on. Like, no grown man, it just puts on a shirt that has a skull and bones on a casual Tuesday or something like that. Uh, you know, it's just odd. It's just like no grown man wears this unless they're trying to symbolize something. And we're gonna get into the whole symbolism of this, but like symbolism, and like I said, it seems very childish, but it really is important to them. And if you think about it in the context of uh, who they serve ultimately, because this really is a battle of good and evil. I truly believe that. This really is. Um, uh, I really do feel like anything that has to do with the secret society um, is occult like nature and demonic in some way. And these symbols help, they represent things, okay? If you've ever um watched documentaries about some of these Satanist cults, and I'm not saying that this one is a Satanist cult, I do feel like it's some sort of branch of it, and I'm sure it has something to do with it. I do feel like maybe even sacrifices and things are performed. Same with Candace. She does feel like Charlie was sacrificed in a way. Um, but with that being said, like if you've ever watched some of those, they will say that having like a pentagram during a séance and things like that does open portals. Uh it does provide, I don't want to say power, but it is kind of power in a way. But I guess energy. It provides energy. It allows for um that energy to be produced, okay? And it's not any holy energy, right? So the symbolism is important. It also allows for you to they have to tell you. It's one of those things. It's part of their book. There is a book regarding the Boule. There is a book regarding secret societies, and there's people who wrote these books back in the early 1900s, the founders. And part of it is, I do believe, like they do have to like tell you, but not tell you at the same time. And part of that is the symbolism, and it also allows them to know, they see someone doing a symbol, or they see a symbol somewhere else in their house or something, and it allows them to identify each other without being necessarily extremely public about it, because that's kind of the deal, is like we need to remain secret, but we also need to remain together because we work together in order to continue on the motive of our goals, whether it be, selfish reasons or whatever, or just because they were born into it and this is just what they were told to do and that's all they know. All right, so moving forward here, this is again, so this is his dad here, Joe Carlos II, and then here we go. So before I get into this part here, we are going to watch a video about the Boule. This is Steve Coakley. If you don't know who Steve Coakley is, I recommend that you go and look up his videos regarding the Boule and even other. He goes into a lot of different topics, but he really exposes um, these groups. Okay, he kind of reminds me of like a Candace Owens back in the day, but like not exactly, because he. So I'm new to Steve Coakley. I had only heard of him maybe a week or two ago, and I've been listening to his videos. And if you're a uh, if you are a sensitive person, if you're sensitive to criticism, if you're sensitive to judgment, if you're white and you're sensitive to racial slurs, then I guess I don't recommend it. He tends to call white people racial slurs. He's, I don't know if I would call him a racist. I would say that he's honest. I guess I just have the mental capacity to and the IQ to see past all of that and understand that although he's using racial slurs to identify certain white people, I don't identify those to myself. And even if he is a racist, let's say he was a racist, um, it doesn't take away the fact that what he's saying is true. So as individuals, as researchers, it is important that we look at people who might even have a different opinion, who might even say things that we don't agree with, A more modern example of today would maybe be Nick Fuentes. I really don't agree with the way that he speaks. I really don't agree with his choice of language. I I really don't agree with him on a lot of things, but if you can get past that and you can look into some of the things that he says, some of them there is some truth in there. And sometimes I do think, like, sometimes I'm like, I think he's a Fed. And then he says something that I'm like, okay, maybe he's not. I'm still on the fence about Nick Fuentes. I haven't completely subscribed to his ideology. Like I said, I really can't get on board with the way that he speaks, and it's unfortunate because I feel like he does have a lot of truth in the things that he says. Not everything. There's a lot of things I actually don't agree with. A lot of it pertaining to the Black community. However, there are some things that he does say about the black community that has some truth to it. And that's my point here, is that it's same with Charlie Kirk. I did not agree with everything that he said. But I could see past the things that I didn't agree with, or the choice of words that he would use, and come to my own conclusion of what factually speaking. Okay, as long as it's rooted in facts and it's not distorted in any way, then we can look at it and come to a conclusion or a judgment or whatever. But that's my point here, is that he if you can look past how he speaks and the way he says it, and sometimes the language and whatever, what he's actually saying, if you get to the actual root of what he's saying, it is profound. It is profound. And the fact that he said it this is back in like the 80s, the 90s. He's no longer alive. I think he died in like either the early 2000s or like the early teens of 2000s or something like that. But um like, for example, I was watching one video and he said something about there was a story that someone leaked about Bill Clinton, either prior to his presidency or while he was running or during his presidency. And it was in the New York Times, and he believed it to be factual based off of research that he had done or something like that. And then it was removed. He said that information, they did like a backdoor deal, like Clinton met with somebody, and then the story was completely removed and you can't find it anymore, and it doesn't exist. And it was a report about him being involved in some sort of sexual abuse scandal. Okay? And this is separate from the Monica Lewinsky thing. This was like even prior to that. It was him being involved in some sort of someone accusing him of something, of abuse, maybe even rape or something like that. But that was what he was alluding to there, and that there was some sort of payoff, or there was some sort of cover up, and he became president anyway, and then it just kind of got swept under the rug. And this was back in, like I said, this is in the 90s. Now we're looking at this from a different lens. This guy's not, the guy who's telling us isn't even alive anymore, but we're looking at it from the Mr. E lens. Okay, we now have more information, and to the point where it's like, oh, okay, so like this guy Steve Coakley, he's not here in the future to see this, and I wish he was. But back then, he was called a conspiracy theorist, he was called a liar, he was condemned, he was attacked, right? Um and the whole time, there's even more evidence today to suggest that what got scrubbed or deleted or erased or hidden or covered up back then was likely true. And it was compelling to me, and it was also a data point for me as far as Steve Coakley, as to how, and he put in hours and hours of research for this stuff, and he would hold seminars, and he had the Boulay book, and you can see it right here on the screen. He was looking into them, he was studying them, and he was actually championing for the Black community and trying to get them to wake up to the corruption and the fact that they were all these Black prominent people that they were looking up to or listening to or voting a certain way as a result of, or believing certain things as a result of, things that were keeping them down, things that are making them worse, their community worse. which was intentional, engineered. He was trying to wake them up to that. And and I hope I'm doing a good job of that today. Um, I that's my whole point in this, and I had no idea that trying to look into what happened to Timmy Turner would result in this. But it just so happens to be that everyone he was surrounded by is involved in this society, this Greek letter, Boule, Divine Nine type society. So let's go ahead and listen to Steve Coakley talk for a little bit. There's a lot of good information in these videos. Sorry if it's so. Just prepare yourself because it might be too loud. It might not be. I don't know. Just it's hard for me to control the volume on these.
This is supposed to gatekeep the high holy place. But since we know they ain't talking about the creator or spiritualism, in fact, they are the gatekeeper to the evil one. You with me? Let's go back. They're gatekeeping to the evil ones, keeping you from here. Keeping you from here. Gatekeeping to the evil. But it also says that if you figure out the riddle to the Sphinx, then the Sphinx is compelled to destroy itself. If you figure out the riddle to the gatekeeper of the evil, because see what we do here, what my role is, and the Rhodes Rothschild stuff, the Rhodes Scholar stuff, the secret society stuff, is to expose the elements that have remained hidden. Which is what the Boule does. You ask the Boule about something, they will not tell you about who it is that's in control of all of the world, but they know. Now, so many to the left, so many to the right, so many to the left, unlock the key to the role of the Boule guarding the evil one. And it says right here, it says the Sphinx is therefore a mystery of nature. I can barely read this part. I'll read it from here. It says here, discovering one who knew the answer to her riddle, the Sphinx cast herself from the cliff, which bordered the road and perished. In other words, if your role is to protect the invisible man, and we make that man visible, your role. You with me? You understand? Check. So as we keep penetrating these layers of the opposition, we're rendering their role impotent. Because if they can't keep them secret, then they can't protect them, because now we all know who they are, though they never told us. All right? Yes? Now here comes.
Which I'm going to pause here just for a quick second, because that might explain. I don't know for sure. I don't know Joe Carlos or his mind. You know, I don't understand Joe's. I'm not even going to try to understand Joe's and why Joe's do what Joe's do. But, you know, that could explain why he deleted that picture that tied him to Alina Lewis. There must be something about that connection that he does not want people to know, because he can't let people know. Why can't he let people know? He can't let people know that the white community is married to the Black Boule, because then that would expose the white elite who uses the Black elite. They allow them a piece of the pie, so to speak, in order to control the masses. Like I said, it's all coordinated. But the black Boule controls the black community, and the white elite controls everyone else from there. They do their right. They do their part. They have their Charlie Kirks over there on that side, right? Telling their supporter base, they should vote for Trump. They should be you know, this or that or whatever. And then they have their black elite saying, you should vote for Kamala and you should be for this or that or whatever. And it's always division. It's always you never agree. But at the end of the day, they never say, we should overthrow the government. We should all show up at you never see Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson. You never see any of them. They do these marches. They're like, okay, we're gonna march through this. Even Obama. There's pictures of Obama with people marching through the city, but that's it. There's these peaceful kind of marches, right? But the moment that they start to organize or tell you, all right, guys, we've had enough of them putting the boot on our neck. Have you had enough working for pennies? Have you had enough being taken advantage of and being these slaves to these people? Let's all show up at the White House. Let's all show up where it matters. Let's start voting where it matters. You never see them tell their community that the Democratic Party actually doesn't have their best interests, that you should actually look into their policies. You should actually look into your city council. No, because they are the city council. They are the city council, and they're there to protect the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party is there to profit off and to remain in control. That's it. That's all that is. They're not there to actually try and help you in any way. No, they need to convince you to be on board with the Democratic Party. Even if they're not, they're going to tell you they are because that's their job. They have to. Otherwise, they're useless. And if they're useless, if you're useless to them and you know too much, well, you guys know this. You guys know how that goes.
The key to the riddle, when one was asked, had something to do with the number 9. The key to the riddle, when one is asked, has something to do with the number 9. It says that the mystery creature with the body of the winged lion and the head of the woman, which frequented the highway leading to Thebes. To each who passed her lair, the Sphinx addressed the question, what animal is it that in the morning goes on 4 feet, at noon on 2 feet, and in the evening on 3 feet? 4, 3, and 2. Add up to how many? Let's count them. A phi A, 1. Kappa alpha psi, 2. Phi beta sigma, 3. Sigma, what's this? No. This is phi beta sigma. Oh, no, that's phi beta sigma. This is omega psi phi. Oh, what we got here? Get the camera on the ones, know the answers. All right, let's go back. What's this one? Zeta phi beta. No. Sigma gamma rho. Where you at, sister? Right? How many that make? No. How many that make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What is this one? There's 4 male and there's 4 female. Who don't belong in there? The 4th one. Right there. Strike. Now, the boule makes the 9th one. The boule is the first one. Go up to the top, put them in 1904. Now, the last of these was founded in the 1920s. Now, that was 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. That's a long time not for no one to come up with a 10th one. Do you understand that a 10th one would make it numerically insignificant? The Boule was postgraduate like Skull and Bones, postgraduate. Boule was postgraduate, and the initial 4 and 4 were undergraduate. Now, I used to say that, okay, fine, A Phi A, you all right, Kappa, you all right, it's the Boule I'm after. But now I understand that the Grecian Sphinx is connected to the number 9. And that 9 is the grouping of the Greek thing, and that they're a package deal. So if I hate Sigma Pi Phi, the Boule, I must hate A Phi A. I must hate Kappa Alpha Psi. I must hate Phi Beta Sigma. I must hate Omega Psi Phi, Zeta Phi Beta, Sigma Gamma Rho, Sigma Delta Theta, and Alpha Kappa Alpha. I must hate them all. How many of y'all in here in the Greek thing? Get your hands up. I got pictures of some of y'all. Now, my point is, the first commandment, thou shalt not worship false idols before thee. Y'all seen Charlton Heston 2 Sundays ago talking that shit. Y'all know y'all saw the shit. But the move is that you're not to. That's what the brother wrote Stolen Legacy for. It was a proactive thing. You are not to allow this. You are not to allow it. Now, watch this. This is something I didn't know either. Kind of hooks it together. The question is, does then the Boule know of the people that we're talking about? Watch this. Here is a tribute of Charles Wesley in the Boule magazine, the Boule Journal, written by Associate Professor of History, Vice President Academic Affairs at Howard, Michael Winston. That Metropolitan AME Church is just where I bumped in on Jesse Jackson.
He said the academic affairs of Howard and things like that. So we'll stop here for a moment. But that kind of gets me into the next topic here. I just kind of wanted to show that to you because the Divine 9 is important when we go into further detail and context regarding who we're dealing with here. But the universities is kind of like the ground zero for these places, okay? And the fact that Alina Lewis is involved in education, and we'll get into her later on, like I mentioned before, her parents also were involved in education fields, okay? So if you're going to groom people or curate people or create people that you need to be involved in your your secret society, that's where they originate from. And it's not, like I said, it's not limited to or exclusive to or unique to even black colleges. It is also, and probably even more so and more prominent in white colleges. This is just a mirror of the exact same thing, rooted in the white elitist community. Okay. So the fact that she is involved in that, and then we have and by that I mean working within the education, and then Joe Carlos is within the education over at Morehouse, among other things. So I just feel like that is and then the fact that he deleted this picture too, it's there's something about that. But anyway, sorry, I keep starting over from the beginning every time I click out of this, so we have to sift through the pictures every time, but it's a good reminder nonetheless. Anyway, so here we go. So this is a post from their a relative of theirs. Okay. So the Duvals are relatives of, I believe, Hazel Carlos, which would be his mother, and then that's Joe Carlos II, which is her father. And she's, oh yeah, right here. So wishing my sister, if I would just read it, and gosh. And here I claim to have a high IQ. This is where, it's, I do have a high IQ when you apply it to certain areas. So wishing my sister Hazel Carlos and husband Dr. Joseph Carlos a happy 49th wedding anniversary. Okay. Now, this is August 14th through 18th of 2019. Now, if you look down here, look at that. There's the Grecian, the Sphinx. Okay, there's that symbolism. And then we have the right here, 20th Southeast Region Boulay. And they do have these meetings and they do have these gatherings and these soirees and these clubs and these things that nobody else can get into. You can't just get into these things. When I say elite, I mean elite. When I say secret, I mean secret. The fact that they even publicly posted this is hilarious to me, but it's it only has 28 the thing is that because it actually, the reason why it's taking me so long to find things and the reason why it takes hours and hours and hours. I mean, when I tell you guys, they change their names. Okay, you can't even find stuff because they change their names so much intentionally. They're hard to find. Okay, so it's not like this would be something easy to find. Nobody's just gonna go on someone's profile randomly to see if they're in the Boulay. And these pictures aren't, this is from 2019. Who other than me, because I'm interested in this case, is going to go, they probably never expected some random white lady to come looking through their socials. All right. But it's here nonetheless. So, Joe Carlos's parents in the Boulay. We'll just zoom in there for you. It says preserving an extraordinary legacy, stewarding an exceptional future. Exactly what their intentions are. They're stewarding an exceptional future. They're signing the dotted line. They are selling their kids to the government to work for the government, whether it be in politics, as a doctor at the CDC, as a doctor at a prominent hospital, it's like there are literal plants probably everywhere, in every city, in every state, and they all have a role. They're there to hide information if information needs to be hidden, take care of certain people if certain people need to be taken care of. And no one's to know who they are truly and why they're there truly. But they're there nonetheless. They're around us. They're everywhere. I believe that wholeheartedly. As a matter of fact, his father is here's his father and his mother with the Duvals here. This is their extended family. But let me just click out of this really quick here again because I wanted to show you here his father, who is a retired gynecologist. So, Dr. Joseph Carlos is a Michigan native. He is one of the founding physicians of Carlos and Parnell MDPA, which has been in existence since 1981. Dr. Carlos is an active member of the medical staff of Medical City Hospital, having served in leadership positions on many hospital committees. Dr. Carlos is slated to be the chief of staff at Medical City Hospital for the 2006 to 2007 term. As a deacon at New Hope Baptist Church, again, somehow almost always also involved in religion, of course, he's also a deacon at the New Hope Baptist Church. So there's that. That's exactly who you want. You want a member of the Boulay as your deacon. Yeah, this is my point. They're in your churches. They're telling you what to believe. They're all while they're worshiping false idols. They're doing everything anti the Bible while trying to tell you about the Bible. It's just it's these false people in these churches that are making the teachings false. likely. I don't know. I've never been to this church and I never listened to any of his preachings, but and I don't want to. I don't want to. I no thank you. As a matter of fact, you really don't have to. A lot of times just reading your Bible is good enough. So, um anyway, Dr. Carlos is known for incorporating Christian prayer and faith into his practice. Wow. Okay. Um Dr. Carlos and his wife, Hazel, are the proud parents of 3 beautiful children, Joseph, Jordan, and Marjan. Wow, what a coincidence. He had three children. He had 3 children. Yep. So that number 3, that's what I'm saying. That's the numerical importance of these numbers ties into, and again, like, I encourage you to go look up Steve Coakley and watch some of his videos. This one is the How the Boule Protects Secret Societies, Servant to the King. This one, also an important one, in remembrance of Steve Coakley, the Boule. Highly recommend uh, these 2, but even others. There's one where he talks about the relationship between the tiny hat community and the black community. Also important. Um, where was I? Here. So yeah. But yeah, so the numerical aspect of these things really also is important. It ties into that symbolism, and that was what I was getting at before when I remember they found Timmy Turner had 3 crystals in his pockets, and they wanted to make sure that they were very like they were like, yep, it's 3, right? Like, he looked over. If you go back and watch the press conference, Michael O'Connor, he had to like look over and get he was like, it was 3 crystals. Yep, 3 crystals were in his pockets. We know that. And it's like, why is that even important? Like, who cares? What does that have to do? Why is that important for the public to know? Like, we all would have been totally fine not knowing that, unless it meant something, right? Right? Well, I did look into it a little bit here. We're gonna do a little bit. We're going rogue here. I wasn't planning on getting into this episode, but we're gonna get into it this episode, a little bit, because I just I can't help myself. I already brought it up and now I have to talk about it, but we will probably have to cut it short here. And I won't. It's not even short. We've been going for a while now, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to get to everything in this episode, so I really shouldn't even be doing this. But like I said, I can't help myself. So I Googled, are crystals from stars? And it says right here, yes, many stars, including our sun, are predicted to crystallize into solid diamond-like forms in their final stages, especially turning into massive crystals. Okay. So they create so it says these white dwarf stars solidify through a phase transition of carbon and oxygen. Star gems like star sapphires on Earth are different. They are minerals with needle-like inclusions that create a star-shaped pattern, yada yada. But nonetheless, they many stars, including our sun, are predicted to crystallize into solid diamond-like forms. So I do feel like, with as smart as either somebody planted this information because they were emboldened, like I said, they have to tell you this stuff, right? But at the same time, he was having these conversations about, he apparently he had bought them or something, and his sister was aware that he had bought them. Okay, so then he's like, how did you know that I bought that? Yada yada. We got into that last episode, so I'm not going to get into that now. If you want to go back and hear about that, I suggest you do. But for today's purposes, um, it is possible that he left these in his pockets to um, send a message. And then I wonder, did his parents, who may be aware, because here's the thing, is as a house slave, Okay? If they are house slaves, and it's one of my speculations, and I'm sorry to call you a house slave, but if you are dancing with the devil, you're playing with fire. One of my theories is that they were playing with fire and they got burned, and that resulted in their son being killed. They thought that they were setting him up for success. Thought they were setting him up for a great political career, and it didn't work out the way that they wanted. But now, because unless they wanted to risk their own lives or their other children's lives, it's not like they can just come out into the field and be like, "All right, so I think that." Do you know how? First of all, everybody would. First of all, they wouldn't believe it. Okay, nobody would believe it. It honestly does take someone like me to hop on here and tell you this stuff. Because if they came out into the news and was like, you know, why, we've been part of this secret society, nobody's aware of it. Uh, we're in your schools, we're in the colleges, we're creating these people, we're doing this thing, all in the name of progressiveness, but in reality, it's just for our own self gratification, our own selfish interests. And I've just been basically doing whatever the powerful white men tell me to do so that I don't have to work as hard or earn an honest living. I just do whatever they tell me, and I get these breaks, and I get a nice life, and my kids will too. And I think that my son was overstepping his boundaries, or he did something he shouldn't have, and now he's been murdered by them as a result, and I think they should be held accountable. First of all, it wouldn't get aired. Second of all, even if it did, nobody would believe it. Um, Maybe some people would believe it. I'd like to believe that it would be the catalyst of you know, the end of all of that. But I feel like it wouldn't be long before you had people like Joe Carlos saying things like, well, these conspiracies would be beneath him. Okay? Like it would turn into, I don't even know what it would turn into, but it wouldn't be good, and it wouldn't be good for them. And I think they know that. And I think that they would be risking their other children's lives as well. They already lost his son. What good would it do to lose the other two? Right? So, um, it could be possible that they are doing things in hopes that someone like me will come along at some point and figure it out, almost like a riddle, like the Sphinx riddle. Like their pictures are turned upside down. Is that so that they can get exposed, but so that they're not the ones doing the exposing? Could it be that they put the three crystals in the pockets and told the chief that like they wanted that mention, and then they just never really realized that that would ever amount to anything, and just to make the family happy was okay with saying it? Or could it be that they were never involved with the boule themselves, but that they knew that it existed and that they never bit that apple? They never partook in that. They never signed on the dotted line, but they knew of it, but they never participated. But then their son participated, and then they knew who did it because they're aware of it from their social circles, but couldn't speak out against it. Again, in fear of retaliation, because we are all aware of what happens when you do. So again, I'm on the fence with his family, because it really could be, I don't have enough information to say one way or the other. I do have some information regarding his parents that definitely suggests that they are involved in certain groups or people that are definitely known to participate in the boule. So I do know that. But that's obviously, we're gonna have to do that in a different episode. But I wanted to say that, like, I do think that the number 3 has some significance, and it might be the answer to the 3 crystals in the pocket. And also look at this. So the reason why I wanted to see if crystals are from stars is because if you look up in free, if you look this up, where is it? It was wasn't necessarily the symbol, it was the um was it this one? No. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. Let me see. Here we go. So in Freemasonry, the number 3 is highly significant, representing the 3 craft degrees: entered, apprenticed, fellowcraft, master mason. The 3 principal officers, master and wardens, and pillars of wisdom, strength, and beauty. While these dots are used as an abbreviation symbol, 3 stars often refer to celestial, symbolic lighting in the lodge roof, commonly representing the constellation Orion. Right? So I do feel like that is probably what Timmy Turner was trying to tell us with the 3 crystals in his pockets. That is so far, that is the only, without knowing exactly what crystals they were, which I don't even think was necessary. I don't think it matters what crystals they were. At first I was thinking like maybe he was like into some occult stuff or whatever, but in reality I actually do not think that it even matters. I think the point and the only point is that it represents 3 stars. And if you look right here, it represents Orion's belt, but if you notice here, it represents an entire hand, which is known as the hidden hand. Okay? The whole point is to remain hidden, okay? And you see these symbols, okay, often tied together, okay? The stars, okay? Stars in all contexts, stars. Important to know. Here we go, the Seal of Solomon. So, yeah. There was one symbol in particular that I wanted to um point out that I had found, and again, I wasn't prepared for. I wasn't actually planning on going into this part of it yet, but uh, maybe it's this one. No. Um, just gonna look up one more thing and see if I can find it. I took a picture of it, but I just, like I said, I don't have it pulled up because I'm going rogue right now, so I'm sorry. Bear with me. Um, Oh, right here. Okay, so 3 star. The 3 stars generally refers to a master mason, the third and highest degree in symbolic Blue Lodge Freemasonry, representing maturity and wisdom. This degree follows the entered apprentice, which is the first, and the fellowcraft, which is the second, which focuses on moral instruction and learning. Um, so if the second Uh, so if you start off as an apprentice, that's probably when you were in school, right? When you're like a freshman or whatever, right? I feel like that was like he was describing that when he was, um, you know, probably being handled there. And then the second is focusing on moral instruction and learning. So I feel like these are the institutions, these are the teachers, these are the people involved in the education community. And then the third apparently is when you're like, that's probably when like you're no longer involved in the education portion of anything. You're probably the hidden hand. People probably have no idea who you are. Um, or if they do, they don't know the real you. They don't know that you're actually a third degree Mason. So the fact that he had 3 crystals in his pockets, which could translate to 3 stars in his pockets, could be a message to say that it was somebody who was a third degree Mason, or at least they were involved in some way. Um, but yeah, there was what I was trying to find, and I'll pull it up next time, but there was a website for masonry, and I can't remember which one specifically, but the it had the free Mason symbol, and below it had 3 stars. And I do think that there is something to that. Um, I don't remember what I looked up to see it. Like maybe I put 3-star Boule. Let's try that. This will be my last. Yeah, right here. So Sigma Pi Pi, also known as a Boule. Yeah, I don't know. I'm finding it. So yeah, I'll pull that up in a different one. It's just a picture, like I said. But nonetheless, I think I've made the point here that I think the 3 crystals in the pocket, I think that was if representing anything, if it means absolutely anything, I think that's what it means. Based off of all my research, based off of the fact that the people that are claiming to be close to him, their family is involved in the Boule, and are we expected to believe that their children are then not also involved in the Boule? Another thing here. So this is Joe Carlos. He runs the it's called the Maroon Tiger over at Morehouse. Okay, so over here back in February 15th of 2018, he did put in this article that Timmy Turner was missing here. Okay, here in this article, April 12th, he mentions him in the article. Okay, I think the dates here are interesting because here it says it was published on April 17th, but then when you go back here, it says April 12th. Okay, so Timmy Turner was found on the 3rd of April, 2018. They reported on it on I believe it was either the 5th, I think it was the 6th. The 6th of 2018. So April 6th. So unless he was privy to being notified of his disappearance on the 3rd, if we assume that, then he would be given about 9 days, which again, is there symbolism involved in that? Then after 9 days, he then publishes, and he does it. It says by Joe Carlos, by Joe Carlos, by Joe Carlos. Okay, he's published all of these. Okay, I don't know how long it takes to create a magazine or a publishing of some sort like this, where you do the whole work on it. But assuming that he did this on the 12th or published it on the 12th, he would have had to have it done by probably at least the 11th or the latest the 12th at some time. Doing it very last minute, that would have only given him like 8 or 9 days to get it done. But which I'm not saying is completely impossible. I'm just saying if you've already I'm assuming he probably already had it most of the way done. He was probably working on April's issue back in March. Okay. And then they find Timmy Turner, and he's then mentioned in this he was just found, and somehow there's a whole page dedicated to him, a couple pages actually. So I'm not saying that this is like compelling in any way or proof of any way that he had foreknowledge that he would be found at this time. I'm just saying that the timing seems a little bit, and if you know, I don't know about editing or creating magazines or articles or anything like this. I don't know the time that it takes. I know it took me a lot of time to put this together. It took me a few hours, and it took me a few weeks to gather all the information. So I don't really know how much goes into all of this. And again, he could have had it all ready to go, and then he just had to change the front page or the whatever last minute. That is possible. But I also find it to be, it's weird. Let's check this one. Let's just see if the date changes on the publishing. Maybe it does. No, it doesn't. Look at that. Published on March 20th, 2018. Okay, here it says April 12th, 2018. So that said March 20th, 2018. This one, April 12th, 2018. And then you click on it, and then the publishing date is different, published on April 17th. It says the April 2018 issue of the monthly newsletter of the Morehouse College Young Alumni Engagement Program by Joe Carlos. So was it published on the 12th or the 17th? And why is it two different dates? It's almost like he put it as the 12th because maybe that was when he actually like posted it, and then like change, or maybe he like had it done at that point, and then he didn't post it until the 17th or publish it until the 17th because maybe other people would have noticed, like, how did you have enough time to change the whole monthly issue? Like I said, I don't know how long it takes to do these, but and that's just assuming that he actually even knew about it when he was found on the April 3rd. Like, if he didn't find out until the press conference of April 6th, he would have even less time to change this, to have it in here. And like, why did you need to have it in this month's issue? Like, you could have, if you already had it all written up and ready to go, you could have started on May's and been like, hey, he was found last month. We want to mention him in this month's, monthly. Let's just check and see if the date changes on this one. I just want to see. I'm just curious. Nope, doesn't. It says May 18th. It's published on May 18th. This one says March 20th. It's published on March 20th. It's just this one that says April 12th. And then the publishing date is April 17th. Why? Why? Why, Joe? Why? Why are the dates not consistent? Why is there inconsistencies? Why are you deleting photos off of your social media? Why? I'd like to know. I'm not hard to find. You can send me a message. I'd like to know. I certainly don't want to accuse somebody of being involved in anything that they aren't involved in. Okay? Just because your parents are a part of the boule doesn't mean that you helped with the, whatever happened to your friend. Why are you using old photos of him? How come you don't have any recent photos? Is it possible that maybe he put it on April 12th and then had to change it because they found his friend on April 17th, and then or not on April 17th, but they found him, so then he changed it, and that's why it just like maybe it changed the published date, but then you would think that it would change the other date too. I don't know. It's just odd. It's weird. Because here is where he talks about Timmy Turner. So he says, and of course, like, there's no picture of Tim here. It's a picture of himself. Like, why wouldn't you, like, you're supposedly honoring Tim and his legacy, yet you have a picture of yourself. I don't, whatever. It never occurred to me that, and not even, that's the other thing too, is like, this would have been a perfect opportunity to have a picture of you and Tim here, right? Like, that would have been a great opportunity, but like, you probably don't have it. It doesn't exist. Or you probably just didn't want to. I don't even know that you were as close of friends as you say that you were. Um, he says, it never occurred to me that a close friend from college would depart this veil long before his time. It's such an interesting way that would depart this veil long before his time. Like, why are you speaking in like old English language? Like, we're not in an occult underground meeting right now. Like, it's just this veil. Like, it's to describe it that way is kind of telling, okay? However, my classmate, neighbor, brother, and friend, again, calls him a brother. Before he was his child's uncle, now he's his brother. And maybe that's why he's the uncle. Maybe, is this your brother? Are you adopted? Is he adopted? Is there something going on here like that I'm not aware of? Is his dad related to your family in some way or another? I don't know. I don't think anybody will ever know, because it's very difficult to find this information intentionally. But like, I would say, if you're asking my actual opinion, I think that he's just using these words interchangeably. I don't actually think they're biologically related, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were, is all I'm saying. But I do think that when he calls him his brother in this case, I do think um, he's just using the word to mean friend. So, or to mean that they were part of the same graduating class of '04 in Morehouse. So, however, my classmate, neighbor, brother, and friend, Commander Timmy Turner of '04, recently transitioned. I am more so overcome with emotion because of the void and absent in my life that my brother is now gone. Our last conversation was about a candle in the dark and our plans to hang out before and after the gala. Tim was not only a proud Morehouse man, but also a generous, consistent, and loyal donor as well. In addition to supporting Morehouse financially, he taught here as well, free of charge. So Timmy Turner wasn't just working at the CDC, he was also a part of the Morehouse community and teaching, and he did it free of charge. He dedicated his free time to that, which seems odd considering apparently he was super overwhelmed with work and super stressed. Okay, maybe he was like, I don't want to do this. Why do I have to do this? Maybe he was just being told that these are the things that he has to do, whether he wants to do it or not. And maybe that's why he thought his dad was controlling. I don't know. Speculating here. But it could be a reason why. And also too, if we're looking at the meaning of these stars here, it was said, I don't have it pulled up anymore, but it was said that like the second degree star or whatever was you're like in charge of like education or something like that. So it could be that he had moved up to the point where he was a second degree, maybe possibly without even realizing it. And then when time came to be the third star, he potentially declined and maybe was the start of his demise. I don't know, but we can speculate on that. Um, he was also a donor to the Morehouse. So someone who's spending their time teaching at a college, which I can't imagine is an easy thing to do. I'm sure it's very time consuming to come up with a curriculum. Maybe he's not. Maybe he's not even. Maybe it's someone's handing him a script and saying like, just read this off. Then I can imagine, okay, it wouldn't be as time consuming. But if you're in charge of like of getting everything together and then having to like present it and everything, it's a lot of work. I mean, like for example, I do this free of charge, and I actually was considering like maybe offering like a link or something to like buy me a coffee or something at like just anything, because I'm like, this is so time consuming, and to the point where I'm like, I don't know that I'm gonna be able to continue. Like, I want to continue this series because I'm interested in it, even more so now than ever before. And I will continue to do my research, paid or not. But it does take up so much of my time that it's very difficult, especially in today's day and age, to use your time um, that you may have otherwise had to use going to work to make an income. So I'm not saying that to say that I expect to be paid for this, although, it is work, but it's work that I enjoy doing and I would do regardless. So I'm not saying that um I expect to get paid for this, but I'm saying that I wouldn't turn down a payment. And I actually considered, like I said, putting some sort of a link or something if people want to donate, like buy me a coffee or maybe like super chats at some point, um, just so that I can keep things running or I can spend my time doing this instead of having to go to work, is my point. Like if it takes so much time to find this information that it's very difficult to not get paid for it if you want me to dedicate my time to finding this information, right? Um, I'm not currently charging for that or anything. I'm just saying it's something that crossed my mind because of the fact that, like, I literally it's hard not to. Like, how can you go, that's what I'm saying here. It's like, how can you go and teach people or research stuff and then do all the time it takes to get this research together and then present it and do it for free? And then simultaneously then donate your money. So like you're showing up, you're not making money because you're not going to work. And maybe I'm sure he made plenty of his money doing other things too. But still, the principle is there. Like, imagine that would be like me after this episode asking you all for your cash apps and me donating to you guys after presenting all this. After putting all the time and effort and all that and pulling it up and going through all of this with you guys. That would be like me then being like, all right, guys, here's some money. I'm going to donate to you. Like, shouldn't it be the other way around? I don't understand this. I'm trying to get my mind to understand how anybody would choose to do that. And yes, I understand that he was a very generous person. He was a very nice person. I'm a very nice person. I'm a very genuine person. I work in healthcare for a reason because I actually want to help people. Okay. It's not always the best paying job, but you don't go into it for the money really. Okay. And even this, I'm doing this because I care. And I haven't been paid at all, not a single penny. If anything, like I said, it's cost me money to do this. So there are people who are genuine and they are nice and they actually care. And I do feel like Timmy Turner, for the most part, was, and actually probably entirely was. Okay. But it doesn't matter how nice you are or how generous you are, how much you want to do these things. Real life doesn't work that way. You can be as nice as you want, but being nice doesn't cover your light bill. Being nice doesn't feed your kids. Being nice doesn't, I can't pay the mortgage with a hug, right? I can't pay the mortgage with one like on a YouTube video. It's just not how that works. And that's the same for Timmy Turner here. Like, yeah, okay, I'm all fine with being nice and everything, but how am I supposed to survive if I'm teaching here for free and then also then donating the money that I do make when I have to go to work, which I'm sure is also very time consuming, to then this institution, right? It's almost like you are jumping through the hoops. That is how you sign your name. That is you have to prove that you're committed. They don't just let you in to the boule. That's not how that works. They don't just let you into these secret societies. They either have to have information on you to blackmail you, or they have to, um, they want you to, they give favors, or they favor rather people who donate to their cause, donate to their, all of this really comes down to one thing. It's money. It's money. That's why these people do these things. That's why the elite are pulling the strings, because they want all the money. They want all the control. So you got to speak their language, which is money. Okay. I can't imagine somebody would do that by choice, no matter how nice they are. So I don't know. Something about that seems a little off to me. And I'm not saying that it's because it didn't happen. I'm saying that I don't know that it was by his own personal free will, is what I'm saying. So right here, so he then reiterates, yes, the Harvard educated epidemiologist taught classes at Morehouse and received no compensation for his efforts. Why? He simply wanted to give back. And again, I just went into that. There's nothing wrong with giving back. I'm sure he was a great person. But it does get to a point where there's only so much you can give. It's not about being nice, it's about reality. Okay? Like I said, you can't pay your mortgage with a hug. That's not how it works. So, yeah, I can imagine why he was then feeling very stressed and overwhelmed and overworked. And he was probably like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do all that. I can't do all that. This is too much. Who else was overworked and overwhelmed? Charlie Kirk. He had multiple interviews lined up, multiple debates lined up, multiple this, multiple that. He had his podcast show. He had this. So it's just kind of like this dance monkey type of, and sorry for the, choice of words there. That's not what I meant. And to be fair here, I was really talking about Charlie Kirk in that instance. But yes, it can also be applied here to Timmy Turner in the sense that I'm talking about somebody who's being told to perform, or I say jump and you say how high sort of situation. So, don't take what I just said out of context, because that's not what I meant. But that's my point, is like these communities, that's what they do. Like they will hone in on the white supremacy thing. Like their whole job is to paint white people as the problem so that you have people fighting their neighbors instead of actually trying to find out who the real problem is, and they're protecting the real problem. So I'm trying to cover my bases here and say like, hey, I know you're going to try to make me out to be the problem here, and you're going to find anything that I say to make me look like the problem. But I'm telling people right here and right now that if they try to use what I say out of context, that anybody with a IQ level above freezing it's going to see right through that. They don't believe it. Nobody believes it. It's ridiculous. It's all ridiculous. So you can try it if you want to. The mask is falling down. It's been falling down for a while. I hope that this just completely demolishes it at this point. There is no more hiding. There is no more hiding. It's not a secret anymore. Okay? It's not. So let's just get past that. When he was teaching at Morehouse, he was also working at the CDC. And those afternoons where he would arrive to campus early or I would stay late, we would meet in my office and talk about nearly everything under the sun. His opinion always mattered to me, and I felt after each of our interactions, I was a better person for having had each conversation. So here he's describing that that Timmy Turner would arrive early and Joe Carlos would be there, or he would stay late. So Joe Carlos must have worked early, like got there early and had like a later time to get off, or an earlier time to get off. And in order for them to meet and have conversations, Timmy Turner would have to show up early, or Joe Carlos would have to stay late. In which case, I don't know if that was planned or if it always worked that way, but apparently they would, there were certain afternoons where that would happen, and they would talk, quote, about nearly everything under the sun. So it makes you wonder, like, was Timmy Turner, because he worked at the CDC, and then he would probably had he would probably come into the after working at the CDC, come into the Morehouse later in the day, and maybe he trusted, this is speculation here, by the way, maybe he trusted Joe Carlos with information, thinking that's his friend. Okay? looking at some of the pictures that he does have with Timmy Turner, the reason why I say I don't know that they were close friends, like he tries to say that they are, it's like you can tell that Timmy Turner, in a way, was kind of not really a part of the group. It's almost like he was there, but he wasn't there. Like we all have those friend circles where there's like we all know each other, and it's because we are involved in the same activities, whether it be we're in the same class or we're in the same uh group or whatever by chance. And there's certain people that kind of like they become like best friends and they stick to each other, and then everyone else also knows them and they're friendly with other people, but then there's kind of like these other people that are like, you're only included because you're part of our class, you're not actually included because we trust you with our deepest and darkest secrets, or because you're actually included. You're just here to be here. So it is possible that Timmy Turner was there to actually learn something and try to get a degree and try to do things the right way and honorable way. And then there was kind of this, someone could have been approached, or they could have been conditioned since they were a child, like potentially, most likely, Joe Carlos here, with his parents being in the ballet, which we've already established. Did he go there with full on intentions or already a promise to what his destiny was going to be? And he was just going through the motions of like having to go through this school and having to do these things. And then did he know that like Timmy Turner was like not a part of the deeper aspect of these institutions? Could it be that Timmy Turner was not a part of the boule and didn't know that Joe Carlos was part of the boule? Could it be that he was maybe, because they say he's gifted, and sometimes a lot of people who are gifted sometimes fall on the spectrum in a way. And I do have screenshots of this, but there's a lot of people who were involved with him in a friendly way, who described him as being very smart and kind of nerdy. He was kind of a nerd. He just wanted to research things. Um, he wasn't like when you see him in pictures and stuff, you don't see him as kind of he's not even like, you see him dressing for comfort. You see him dressing like he's going to a job interview, even in the most casual situations. It's kind of like an actual nerd, so to speak. And I mean that with no disrespect. I mean like it's the type of person that's like, um I don't know, like they show up to a casual event and they're dressed like they're going to a class or something, and it's like, and it's because that's how they always dress, or that's what's comfortable, and they don't really try to fit it. They're not trying to fit in that way, and they actually socially can't even tell that they're not fitting in, and they think everyone is their friend. They're not able to pick up on the social cues that not everybody is their friend. I kind of get that vibe about Timmy Turner, is that I kind of get the vibe that he was pretty innocent in a way. And that's why people, liked and loved him so much. And it's because he really was genuine in a room full of people who are not. In a room full of people who will step on you to get where they need to go. And it goes back to our, last episode when Nell Reed posted on her Facebook, and I said, this isn't compelling to her per se. She just shared this, but it was just the ideology of there are no there's no such thing as I don't know, I'm paraphrasing here, but it said something along the lines of like there's no such thing as long-term friends or long-term enemies, only long-term interests. Something like that. Sorry. Tense. It's very just it just makes me so upset. But yeah, so there's something to that of like it really isn't anything about friends. I mean, there are people who are loyal and everything, but the loyalty is boiled down to protecting their own interests and protecting the people who provide their interests. And that's it and that's all. And I do feel like if Timmy Turner trusted him and was telling him things, and if Joe Carlos is the house slave that we are assuming and speculating he could be, and he ran back to the people who, feed him, right? You don't want to bite the hand that feeds you. And he's telling them, hey, you got a problem on your hands. And maybe it started out innocent of like, I don't want to see anything happen to this guy, but like, we also can't allow him to say this information. Maybe they tried to get him to stop. Maybe they were like, all right, maybe tone it down, or like just, But without Timmy Turner knowing the full context of why he should stop, if he wasn't privy to knowing that there's this deep underground underbelly of the school operating, then he might not have picked up on those signs. He might have just been like, no, this is the truth and this needs to be told. I think that he was definitely an advocate for the Black community. He wanted to, I think he found information where there was there's a lot of articles of him saying like, oh, well, the Black community is really affected by these certain elements, by this certain culture or this certain, living style, or it's affecting their health or whatever, or their sleep, things like that. I haven't read every single one of his articles, but a lot of them were directed towards trying to figure out how to keep the Black community healthy and what could be contributing to them not being healthy. And I think that was supposed to be his groomed role, so to speak. It was supposed to be, working for the CDC and being a talking head and being a one of these what are they called? Experts. It's like we rely on the experts to tell us, what's happening. And so I think, whether or not his information was accurate or not, it could have been, and then it could have been skewed or it could have been reconstructed to be more political than accurate. But I think they wanted to use the fact that he's a quote expert as a way to get people to trust whatever he's going to say in regards to whatever their needs are for their own best interests at that time. That was his role. Okay, there was other people's roles. Other people's roles were, like I said, they're in charge of like the education, like Joe Carlos and Jordan Carlos's wife, and then there's Jordan Carlos, who's in the industry, the Hollywood and all of that. But all together, they create this dynamic, which ultimately ends to protecting and keeping people from seeing the actual truth and people who pull the strings, the people who are actually affecting them or telling them the truth as to why they're actually dying sooner than white people, or why they have such high diabetes, or why whatever, blah blah blah, which in my opinion is really related to the wealth inequality. If you didn't have so many people making so much money and other people making so much less, you would have less crime. You would have like, we all know this. That's a known thing. They don't want to say that. They want to argue back and forth between, it's, oh well, it's because you don't have a father in the home, which I do agree. I do think not having a father in the home definitely does curate it's a recipe for disaster for all races. Actually, it's not just the Black community. But you then have to ask yourself, why isn't there a father in the home? Why? Is it because the government can pay single moms money to not have a father in the home? Is it because racial profiling exists and you have a lot of people being arrested for things they either didn't do or or getting really high uh sentences for very minor things? Could that be why? Could it be engineered? Is it because of drugs that was entered into their community, engineered by the CIA? Is that a possibility? Right? I know I just went off on like a huge tangent here, but like that you have to understand the fact that he is saying that they would talk frequently about everything under the sun. It it's a data point. Because I do feel like Timmy Turner was betrayed. And I know that this is a lot of information to dump on you guys all at once. But it definitely does help us look at this in a way that hasn't been looked at before. And I do think that it's relevant. Especially now that this particular individual is deleting stuff. So that's makes it even and here I'll tell you this, even if he didn't delete anything, it's still relevant to me. It's still relevant. But the fact that he is just tells me I'm right over the target. So I've had several conversations with other classmates and contemporaries with similar stories or recollections of how Tim helped them as well, literally asking for nothing in return short of the pleasure of their company. His example as an alum is extraordinary. For instance, in 2014, Tim wore a pair of Morehouse sunglasses to our 10-year reunion cookout. When I inquired as to where he'd gotten them, he mentioned that they were a gift for all of those who registered for reunion. Understanding the importance of his donations to our alma mater, Tim registered when most of us didn't. That was Tim. Yeah. And again, that kind of ties back into the whole like he was kind of different than everyone else. Like he follows he's by the book. He follows the rules. And I don't want to assume he was on the spectrum or make light of um or say like there's certain traits or whatever and whatever of people being on the spectrum, but it does sound like and it looks like to me that he has a lot of those traits. He seems like the type of person that um although very intelligent and gifted as people on the spectrum can be, he does seem like he could potentially be on the spectrum and isn't really um isn't necessarily gifted in the social aspect of things, but rather very gifted in research and being honest about the research and doing things properly. Like it's important that things are done properly to people on the spectrum typically. Now, it's not always the case. I'm talking more so for the people who are on the spectrum that are you know, more of like the Asperger's type, not necessarily the very severely profound type. Um and I don't want to generalize it, but you know, more broadly speaking, typically those are kind of the traits that you see that go along with that. And also along with that would then be that kind of inability to just kind of fit in with the rest. And it's for that reason. Like they're never able to it's like and this is just me making up like a scenario here, like a pretend scenario, but it's kind of like when your friends are like, oh, let's go sneak into the pool. And your one friend's like, no, we can't. It's closed. And it's like, yeah, I know it's closed. That's why we're sneaking in. And they're like, yeah, but you're not supposed to do that. That would be against, we could get in trouble. We could do this, this, and this. And they're like, okay, well, we'll just go without you. And then they do. They go without that person because they're just not willing to go beyond the boundaries of the fine lines that are there. And that's the problem with being too honest when it comes to the boule, when it comes to the secret societies, when it comes to the government. Okay? Because if you're not willing to go into the pool, if you're not willing to say, oh, well, this disease isn't affecting people, or this vaccine doesn't cause autism, or this vaccine isn't going to kill more people than it, again, I'm speculating here, but there is a possibility that he was trying to warn people about the flu vaccine, maybe the pandemic that was going to recently come up after he was found deceased. Who knows? But it is possible that he was not capable of lying. Okay, and we're going to get more into that aspect of it in the next episode, but it is possible that he just was not capable of doing it. It is also possible that he's not on the spectrum at all, completely normal, neurodivergent, and just also wasn't willing to lie. So you don't have to be on the spectrum to be an honest person. I'm just saying that looking at the pictures of him with his friends and the fact that he's kind of more on the outside and something just seems a little off. He's never really included in like the camaraderie. Something about the fact that people kind of define him as being nerdy, as being honest, as being, you know, straight laced. He's just kind of like it's just that kind of description of him gives me that kind of idea. Um, it's also interesting that his one example of being with him is back again 2014 when he had his daughter. It says Tim wore a pair of Morehouse sunglasses to our 10-year reunion cookout. I wonder if he was wearing sunglasses in that video. I can't remember. Where did I have it pulled up? Be interested because I have a feeling that's exactly what he was talking about there. Was that they had a cookout at the college, which then would explain why Tim was there. It's not like and he probably brought his daughter because his wife was there and his wife brought the daughter. It's not like they had like a family cookout or something and Tim was, yep, there's the glasses. He's wearing sunglasses. You see that? And that's the year that his daughter was born. So that would explain this older picture. Which does look like 2014. Okay, and that would explain, he's wearing these sunglasses that he described in that picture. So it's like just kind of this like, why don't you have a picture of your friend? And that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes I end up answering my own questions by really looking into these things. But again, it's now 2018. You don't have any other story to bring up about your friend. You don't have any other picture about your friend. Like apparently you guys this is your brother, this is your friend, your classmate, your neighbor. That's another thing. It says neighbor. I actually did look up his address, by the way, and he was like a stone's throw away from where Timmy Turner lived, which would then also again could potentially be because his parents said they had a relative in the area who could go check on him. All right. It's just all of it's just interesting. But yeah, for instance, in 2014, Tim wore a pair of Morehouse sunglasses to our 10-year reunion cookout. When I inquired as to where he'd gotten them, he mentioned that they were a gift for all of those who registered for the reunion. So yeah, the fact that he's wearing sunglasses in that photo and it's around the same year, and yeah, it's like I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, but I feel like it is potentially a data point. So I feel like it's worth mentioning. Um anyway, let's see. Says they will work tirelessly so that his efforts to help others is not forgotten nor seen as an anomaly. Yeah, I mean, well, when you're shutting down anybody trying to help, like, no, the conspiracies are beneath. It's like, okay, but like, what if it was? How do you know? What if it were true? The fact that you're not even willing to be open to the idea is one thing. But then to sit here and then try and say that, like, you're not gonna, and then, like, you have just completely forgotten him. I haven't seen any memorialization post. I haven't seen him, and, here's the thing is, like, I'm not this is just me going based off of what I've seen, but at the end of the day, guys, we have to remember that, like, I'm not personally friends with these people. I don't know these people on a real level, okay? So I can only go based off of publicly available information, but what's publicly available, I'm not seeing any of that. But at the same time, because I'm not privy to all of their information or their day-to-day lives, I don't know what they do outside of social media. I don't know if they have some sort of texting group that they're all involved in and they meet up in person and do things and never take a picture of it and never camaraderie it. What I do know is that when they do meet up and they do have some sort of a group thing going on, they do usually post it and camaraderie it. I've even seen in some cases where they will go to the gravesite of somebody and take a picture and post a picture of what they look like when they were alive, all the way back to grandparents and great grandparents, because that's important to them. Their legacy is important to them. That is camaraderie. That is remembered. Yet Timmy Turner has just been, it's like they just want everybody to forget. He was cremated, by the way, which is another reason why I question the motives of his parents, because you would think if they were concerned about the events in which their son went missing, and they were concerned about how he went missing and who had him when he went missing, and then how he died and how suspicious it was, that you would think that they would want to do an independent autopsy. Yet if you cremate him, how can you do that? It's just very interesting to me. It's also interesting to me that the funeral, he was in a casket as if he wasn't cremated. But he was in fact cremated. So, unless, and again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm open to being wrong, open to correcting the record. I actually like I said, I want to get it right. So if there's any of Timmy Turner's friends and family watching and you want to dispute that, I am happy to do so. Because if you in fact want to find out what happened to Timmy Turner, whether it be your son, your cousin, your friend, or whatever, I am happy to speak with you. I would love if we could, I'm sure if we could collaborate on things with my insight and my ability to research and my ability to find things, I'm happy to do that with you. You can even reach out to me anonymously. You can reach out to me anonymously, email me, theveiledreckoning@gmail.com. It's listed on my page. You can reach out to me anonymously and give me a tip. I'm happy to take it. And if you choose to reveal your identity to me and you tell me that you don't want it disclosed, I will not disclose it. You have my guarantee. Because the whole point here is to try and get to the truth, however that may be. So anyway, moving on. So then again, to honor Tim's legacy, please consider making a donation to Morehouse's General Scholarship Fund in the memory of Commander Timmy Turner of 04. And then he just goes on to like business stuff and all of that. So straight to business, like full steam ahead, right? All right. Like, yeah, it said he died. Anyway, so back to business. Oh, and don't forget, donate in his name. Give us your money as a result of his death. Thank you very much. Yep, that's a thing, right? And then at the very end of it, there was a I mean, this is a whole issue. You know what I'm saying? Like, if there's physical copies of these at the school, which I'm sure that there probably is, this is probably just a digital copy. Um, like you would have to do a whole reprint if this was already done, and then you had to add that in. Let's see. Here we go. And then here at the very end, and I don't know that this is necessarily compelling or anything. I do think it might be a little bit of a data point, but this guy specifically, we might get into. We might get into him. Actually, I know we will at some point, just not today. But let's see. So we have Morehouse men from left. Kenneth Rogers of 03, Mario Ball of 05, Keto Lord of 04, Jason McGowan of 05, Ibert Schultz of 04, Christian Nawachu 04, Richard Forjor of 2000, Gerald Lodeholt of 05. That's who I was just talking about there. Charles Thompson of 03 and Idoro Yeni of Imanim of 04 gathered to support their Morehouse brother and fraternity brother Emil Thompson of 05 at his wedding in Washington, D.C. on April 14th of 2018. Now, these are some of the people in here are Timothy's friends. Okay. His funeral, I think, was like on the 21st or the 22nd of April or something like that. Um, and I'm not suggesting that people need to postpone their wedding. I mean, everything's planned. Like, it's hard to do that, right? So I can understand, like, still going to a wedding, you know, in Washington, D.C. and all of that. I'm assuming, like, they were probably, I mean, this guy, like, these guys all seem like they're in the wedding party, right? But, like, this guy, he's not in the wedding party because he's not dressed the same. So I understand being there to support your friend and everything, but I feel like they would understand if one of your closest friends died that you might not be feeling up to going to a wedding. But then at the same time, it's like, yeah, well, you know, no use sitting at home sad. You know, I could understand that too. But you will notice a theme of people kind of not really, you know, and everybody grieves differently, right? But like I was telling you before, like I don't know how close of friends, you know. Like if one of my acquaintances, if somebody I went to school with, like so I've had people that I went to school with pass away since college, since high school or whatever. And it's sad and I'm like, "Oh, I feel bad." And there's pictures of us when we were kids, you know, in the school yearbook and whatever else. But, you know, I wouldn't go as far to then like go into a news station and be like, "Oh, well, I need to give my 2 cents on their death and it's affected me greatly." Because, yeah, you would find me 2 days later if I had a wedding to go to, grinning ear to ear because it's like, yeah, well, I mean, it's sad that they died, but like I barely knew the guy. You know, it's like we all moved on. It's sad. It's whatever. Not saying that they deserved it or anything. I'm just saying like you know, I don't really have an emotional connection. It's not going to affect me as much as it is their very close friends, right? So I'm just saying I think it might explain why you don't see it, you know. And maybe people that are part of this Boulay situation really just aren't capable of having normal human emotions. It could be that too. Could have been like removed from them as part of the initiation process. I don't know. That's a whole nother realm of speculation that we're not going to get into today. But yes, so back to this now. I know this is getting really long and we are going to have to wrap this up here. Um, and mind you, this is just one person out of the friend circle that he had. This is just one person. I have information on all of them. Very similar to this. They're all somehow involved in the Boulay. Okay? friends, relatives, distant relatives, friends of friends. I mean, we've spent 3 hours just talking about one of them. So I said it's going to be a long road here. Anyway, this is the Duvals. These are this Daryl Duval is Joe Carlos's cousin, because his mother, that's him right here. His mother is Joe Carlos's sister. Okay? And again, here's Joe Carlos's mother. This pinky up thing is part of the, see, look at that, happy AKA Founders Day. AKA is one of the Divine Nine that Steve Coakley was talking about. Okay? It's one of the sororities that make up the Boule. Here, this is a comment I found on social media that I found to be really compelling. And I think if I can find this comment again, it might be hard for me to do, but if I can find this comment again, I'd like to reach out to them. Or if you see this, if you somehow find this video, please reach out to me because I have questions. But they said, I tried to do my thesis on this guy, referring to Timothy Turner, when I was in New England college. And I was actually able to get the neighbor's social media info. And she messaged me back to not message her again or she'd call the police. Again, it's like if a college student's reaching out to you to do a thesis, they're not even necessarily like trying to like investigate anything. They're just writing a thesis statement. Like it's just for school. It's a paper. You could have given her the same company, or I'm assuming it's a her, but it could be a guy. You could have given this person the same company line you told the news. I don't know. My husband said that he told him to tell his wife, which was me, to delete his number from my cell phone. That's it. That's all I know. I've already said everything I need to know that you need to know. That's all I know. She could have said that, but no, she like immediately is like, if you don't stop messaging me, they only sent one, they said, reached out one time and said, hey, I'm at the school and we're doing a thesis. Would you, could you give me any information? And it was like, I'm going to call the police. Like this immediate, like, no, like stop. Like this attack. Why? Like, why wouldn't you want to help bring this story more information? It's almost like you are trying to avoid giving any information. You don't want to be contacted. You don't want to help this situation. Why? What normal person, what helpful, God-loving, God-fearing person wouldn't want to help? I don't get it. So this comment right here. I was already kind of suspicious of Viviana Tori, but this right here just kind of like sealed the deal for me on that, where I was like, oh, okay, we're avoiding questions. We're actually like being kind of like rude about it even. So that's a data point as well. Secondly, they said, I contacted this guy and he told me via phone that he told the media everything he was going to say about the case. And my question for this commenter is who is the guy that you contacted? Like, I'd like to know who that was. Like, I wonder if it was Joe Carlos, since he was the one who was telling the media stuff. Because he said, I already told the media everything I was going to say about the case. But there is also other people who did comment. There was like one other friend of Tim's that did say something. But he seems to be a little bit more genuine. I don't know a lot about that guy, so I'm not mentioning his name. But I'd like to know who he contacted and why they wouldn't give him any information. And then they go on to say, I was stopped at every turn. Suicide, question mark. His parents should have done an independent autopsy. Right. Exactly. So the fact that, like, there's just this immediate, like, the neighbors don't want to answer your questions. The people who were giving statements in the media don't want to answer you anything outside they've already told the media. The people involved, the people around him, they're staying quiet. They're refusing. They're stopping you at every angle, every turn. They're not giving you any more information. And then the fact that his parents didn't do an independent autopsy, and he is in fact cremated now, so that can never even be a possibility. Mind you, this is all after they already went to his house, cleaned up everything, and then the police show up 7 to 8 hours later. So again, I'm not trying to accuse his family of being involved in his disappearance or anything like that. I'm just saying that all of these data points are adding up to something very suspicious to me. It's very odd. It's very suspicious. It's not typical. It's giving cover up is what it is. It's giving cover up, and it's giving uh Erica Kirk vibes. It's giving Andrew Colvette vibes. It's giving Blake Neff vibes. Okay. It's very weird. Right. Here, this is the photo one of the photos I was telling you about. So if you notice, so here I was gonna point out the fact that he says happy 154th birthday to my beloved alma mater. Okay, I'm not gonna get into that today because we've already spent too much time going into other areas. So I'm going to leave that on that note for now. Alma mater just basically is like a pledge or like a statement that you give to the like school that you went to or whatever. It's basically just kind of like glorifying and idolizing it and things like that, which I found to be like kind of just weird in and of itself. It's not unique to Joe Carlos, but it's the fact that it even exists that's weird to me, and what that actually means. If you want on your own time, you can Google what alma mater means. But just like the theology of it, and spiritually, it just doesn't sit right in my gut, that it's even a thing. But here, if you look into this, oh, see, now it's once I click on it, then you can't go back. It's so annoying. But let me just pull it up here. I wonder if it'll let me. Yeah, I can blow it up here for you guys. Or not. Maybe I can't. Oh, yeah, I can. So here, if you look, oh, sorry. There we go. All right, so if you look here, this is Joe Carlos's wedding. Okay, here he is right here. And here is everyone that's, he went to Morehouse with. And then here's his brother Jordan Carlos, who was there. Okay. And here's Timmy Turner. All right. Notice number one, he's dressed in something different. Remember, I told you, remember this uniform because we're going to bring that up later. So he's wearing like and this is like not the same jacket that he was wearing. It's actually like more of like a fancier type of uniform to suggest that he's like a commander. This is more of like yeah. So this is almost to suggest that that everyone here, because they're all dressed the same for the most part, except for this guy here who I think is a priest, must have been involved in which I'm just now noticing because I can see the thing here, must have been involved in the actual marriage portion of it. And then you can see the people here who have like his brother and this guy here who have the little flower. I forget what it's called. There's a name for that, but at weddings they have the brioche. Is it a brioche? I don't remember. My wedding was such a blur. I was so busy at that time, but and I actually handmade the whatever you call them for my wedding, but nonetheless, the reason why you have that on is because you're part of the wedding. Okay. But Timmy is wearing, and this guy too, like he's got on a regular tie, and his suit almost looks more. It's probably black. It's probably just the lighting here. But you can tell that there's certain people in bow ties. Everyone here. But he's not in a bow tie. And Timmy's in a bow tie, but all of this is all different. This is more of like his professional, like if he was at work and they were having like a professional dinner, that's like what he would be wearing. But he's not, and you can tell because if he was a part of the wedding party, it would make sense that they would be more closer to the groom then. Okay? So I feel like he just wanted a group photo with everybody from Morehouse. That's why the priest is there. Like, that's why he has all these people here. But he also wanted his wedding party included. That's what this appears like to me. All right? And I don't think that Joe Carlos ever insinuated that he was like a part of the wedding party or anything. But like, again, it's just back to the whole like, okay, you're literally taking it upon yourself to say that you are such close friends that you are the one to determine whether or not conspiracy theories are beneath him, right? You've now compelled yourself to go into the media and give a statement. Okay, you're pulling up older year photos. You're talking about past experiences that only involve being at the only time that it seems to me that I can find publicly anyway that you and Timmy Turner are ever in the same room is only because there's some sort of Morehouse event or an event where everybody from your class is involved. Okay? It's just it doesn't seem like you guys were like best friends like you claim to be. And if you notice here too, look at if you see their faces, look, it's like, my guy, like we are, that's why I said earlier, like you have that group where it's like they kind of are like they're you can tell they're like best friends, they know all their secrets, they're the brothers. Like, and then there's like, yeah, we're all in the same class. I know all these people and I care about all these people in some way. But like these are my dudes, Like if there's a sleepover, none of these people might be they might be invited, but like only some people get to stay the night, you know? Like my mom said only a few of you can sleep over, the rest of you got to go home. So he's not choosing any of those people. He's choosing like these main people here. And the reason why I say that too is cuz you can even just tell here like look at it's like um he's kind of just standing there formally, and this could just be his demeanor, he's just, oh, I'm here for a photo. um it's like it's not a work photo, it's a wedding photo. Like smart, like be, and it's kind of like I think you can tell, you can almost feel it on him that it's like he's there, but he doesn't feel like he's a part of it. You know, um, I think he's always been included, but as far as being like extremely close, I'm just not getting those vibes. I'm just not, and I could be way off. I could be way off based on that, but just looking at his body language, looking at everyone else's body language, it looks like it was loud in there. It looks like they were like cheering, excited. Their friend just got married. It looks fun. And Timmy Turner just looks like, yeah, I'm here. You know? Um, like I'm happy for you guys type of a thing. Like I'm not really included in the you guys, but I'm happy for you guys type of a thing. Because I do think that he was a genuinely nice person. I think that he, to some extent wanted to be included without actually knowing what being included really meant. So, um, and then here again, and this is my point as to earlier, is, if I can blow this up here a little bit, but like, here's another situation where he went out with his friends, and there's a lot of these. Like, I find that Joe Carlos, he goes out with friends, okay? Some of them from Morehouse, some of them from other colleges or whatever. Don't know who this guy is that has his arm around his neck, but maybe he pays them. I don't know. Um, but here's a hand symbol. This is one of those upside down A's or whatever. So again, he's inserted himself into situations where there's these Greek sorority type society type situations. And I don't see Timmy Turner here at all. It's like he's not invited to the hangouts. He's not invited to the he's not there. Either he's invited and he just chooses not to go, or he's just not invited at all. I do see that there's a, like, from his social media, from what he allows people to see, I do not see any fun camaraderie pictures of him with Timmy Turner at all. At all. And I haven't for weeks and months that I've been looking at this case. I have not. It just doesn't exist. And I don't think that it does, which is exactly why he had to pull up a very old picture for the media to talk about him. Okay, and back to the hand signals here. That's why we have, this picture here just to show you. Again, this is what they do. They put up these hand signals to identify which part of the Divine Nine or which sorority they are a part of. Okay, and then I'm gonna show you this here. So we have here we go. So somebody recent, and this is recent. This is like 3 weeks ago. In the Maroon Tiger. Okay. Founder Joe Carlos reflects his Man of the Year marks 25 years. All right. Again, he's standing in front of a wall with all of these pictures of him and his friends. Some of these pictures I know are quite old because I looked at them online already and already seen like the year, like this one, for example. And again, I don't see Timmy Turner in any of these unless he's standing in front of it. And, this looks like the wall, the pictures go down even further and even further. So this must be in his office somewhere, at Morehouse. So that's what I'm saying. Like, he seems to glorify and glamorize his group of people that because really in these situations, it's not really about what you know, it's about who you know. And sometimes that's more broadly speaking, just in general, everywhere, even if you're not part of a secret society. But in this case, even more so. But yeah, I'm not seeing him. And again, I could be looking too far into this, and I think I may be in this case, but it's just, again, like I said, I'm not getting the vibes that you are Timmy Turner's best friend at all. I don't see it. And then here he's holding this book. Okay? This book, and then here's the thing, like it's almost kind of like a message. Like, look, it says he's holding two different books. The letter of this, it says black, and then there's this book. Okay? I still haven't quite honed down the symbolism of this book yet. So I ask you guys if you can figure out what this means, or maybe you know already what this could represent. And I'm gonna pull this up here because I actually have a zoomed in photo of this book here. This is what it looks like. But I'm assuming he's referencing, the black. Uh, the reason why he has this, it's set up this way, because he didn't have to hold the books like this. He intentionally has it set up so it says black something. Could it mean black boulet? Maybe. But yeah, so I looked into this here, and it could be like, like the snake makes the shape of an S, which could represent sigma, which represents the boulet. It could be that the very center of it has, and then there's like this U again. So you have like the S right here in the tail, or even right here, the S, and then you have the U, and then you have the center here. This is like not legible. But what I've come up with so far here is that there's this, I found this book on Etsy, and it's not the exact same, but it does have similar uh, things on it in that it has the U here, and it also can represent an S in the snake. And then it has the triangles on the outer corners. And then if you look even closer, it even has stars too. There's the stars up here. But here, if you notice, it has these triangles that have like a brighter point, you know? A lot of times when you think Illuminati, it has like that eye at the top where it signifies like the light at the top or the, you know, the pinnacle of it, so to speak. But yeah, so this is all that I was able to find, and it says it's 600 pages. It's a 600-page witch book of shadows. So could it mean that he's casting spells on people? I don't know. We can speculate all day long about what that means. For all I know, that this book could be because this one's actually different than what he has. It's just the closest to what I could find. For all I know, this could be a very ancient Boule book or something, or it could just be an Etsy journal that has nothing in it, and this was just to take a cool picture. I don't know. I'm just saying it looks weird. And I know that symbolism matters to the people in the Boule. So I felt like it was important to note. And the fact that, he's getting his picture taken in this very like, oh, I'm 50 under 50, or this marks the, 25 years of me being here. So it's kind of like he kind of wanted to, show himself, and be like, yeah, look. And I'm going to secretly tell you I'm part of the Boule. Except he wasn't expecting, like I said, a 30-year-old crazy white lady to, point that out. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Anyway, moving on. Next picture. Again, I'm not sure that this means anything. There's a lot of people that are against anti-Semitism. Actually, I feel like most people are against anti-Semitism. However, I do feel like in this community, you are compelled to explicitly state that in some way or another. This was a profile picture, one of his profile pictures on Facebook with him and his wife. And you will find in this community, especially in the political community, where a lot of them, activists, congressmen, city council, like whatever the case may be, like they usually have some sort of statement that they're against anti-Semitism, that they stand with the little hats, that they're with them on that. And they should be. Again, I'm not advocating for anti-Semitism. I'm just saying that they are very they have to promote that. Okay, it's not enough to just not be an anti-Semite. You have to explicitly be against it and mention that you're against it. And then typically what ends up happening, if anybody speaks out against the tiny hats, then you're automatically labeled as an anti-Semite. Again, it's the same it's the same playbook. Where do you think they got the playbook from with the whole, oh, if you say anything against the Black community, it's because you're a racist? Like, no, actually, it's just a factual statement that needs to be addressed. And you guys have something that, you need to be answering these questions. No, you're just you think you're trying to demonize the community because you're a racist. Like, what do I get out of being a racist? Like, I'm not being bait. I don't get, like, that's the best thing about my channel. It's like, it doesn't get more honest than somebody who's taking time out of their day and not asking anything of anybody to just go find information and present it to people. Like, you can call me a racist all you want, but I promise you this, I don't have enough time in the world to sit here and look up information on somebody just purely out of the fact that because I'm that racist. I don't even think racists are that racist. Go find some prominent KKK member out in the deep woods of Alabama or Georgia or wherever and ask them if they've done a deep dive analysis on certain prominent Black people to get to the bottom of their secret societies. I guarantee you that they probably have not. I can almost guarantee you that they literally would have absolutely no idea. They just don't like you because they don't like you. They don't have to have a reason not to like you. They just inherently just don't like you for whatever reason. Whether it be because they were told not to, whether it be because they're part of some community that just, that's the way it is. I don't know. I don't know why racist people are racist. I don't know why anti-Semites are anti-Semites. I don't want to know. I mean, it's ridiculous to me. It's always been ridiculous to me. It makes no sense. I've always been of the belief that you really should just judge people based off of their character. Okay? So I just, it's like I said, I'm not going to sit here and speculate or question as to why people are the way that they are. I just know that they are, and they don't need a reason to be that way because it's unreasonable. There is no reason to be a racist other than pure stupidity or political gain or propaganda. Literally, like there's absolutely no logical reason. So that's why they don't need a reason. They don't have to go dig up dirt on you to be a racist towards you. So, yeah. So again, it's just one of those, it's the same playbook of like, if you speak out against it, then you must be an anti-Semite. If you speak out against it or question it, then you must be a racist. Like they got that idea from somewhere. That's all I'm saying. Here, again, apparently your best friend is missing, right? But you're out here, this is February 18th, 2018. And I do believe, because remember, if you remember back, he said that he was going to go to a gala with Timmy Turner. They had planned on going out to Morehouse and apparently getting some drinks before and hanging out, which is crazy because as you can see, you know, he hangs out with other people and he posts about it. He posts about hanging out with them multiple times on his social media. But for some reason, never posts about it with Timmy Turner. And apparently this night, there's one particular night that he was going to go do it. And I do believe that that was this night, February 18th. Was the gala at Morehouse. But can you imagine? I mean, if you were actually part of his disappearance and you know he's missing or you know that he's not alive and you know that he was actually planning on going to this event for you and then you go without him knowing what happened and just like move on with your life, that would be crazy. That would be crazy if that's what happened, Joe. And it is kind of crazy to me that like your friend's missing. They've been missing since the 12th of February. Apparently it's Uncle Tim, right? Brother Tim, neighbor Tim. But instead of going out looking for him, you're out here all dressed up, ready to go, having the smiling ear to ear. You don't look worried at all to me about your best friend, right? I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's a weird way to be acting when your best friend is missing. All right, back to the fact that these people are like I said, they're involved in the Hollywood community. Okay? Here's his wife, Samuel L. Jackson, and then again here with President Obama. Here's Joe Carlos up and close with his photography. Right here it says Joe Carlos photography. Up close and personal. Okay? And then again, here's some photos at that wedding. Now, this isn't exclusive to Joe Carlos or anything like that. But I don't know. If you know anything about the Freemasons and how what the checkered floor means, it's part of symbolism there. I'm not going to go deep into that right now, but I just wanted to mention that. But also too, there's just kind of like this, they're holding hands, they're in a circle. And again, you can notice too, like Timmy Turner is the only one. You know, here you don't see anybody in like regular ties. Okay, they could be here. All right, but everyone here except for him. Oh, this guy's in a regular tie. So you can see these two. All right, they're holding hands. But it's like you can see he's kind of the odd one out because he's the only one who has like these different cuffs. And I do remember that there was one post that he made where he said, "Oh, I'm the one thing I love most about this picture is that nobody in it is wearing like a rented tux. Like nobody's rented. Like it's like materialism is so important to him. Like nobody, no, if you have to rent a tux, you can't be here. You know, it's like, get over yourself. Number one. It's like you think like money makes you better than people or something by saying something like that. Like, who cares? Every single dude at my husband's wedding, my husband included, was in a rented tux. And I can tell you right now, none of them would sell out their friends. Actually, as a matter of fact, they would all probably die for each other. And it probably, not only that, we probably spent teeny tiny fraction on our wedding, but the difference is that it was a real wedding with real people, real brothers, real uncles, real friends, real family who would die for you, not sacrifice you. Okay, that's the difference. So you might have had a real tux, but I'll take a rented tux and a real friend over that bullcrap any day. Okay, so you can keep the real tuxes. I just thought that was such a crappy statement. And that's purely my all of this uh information aside, just from that statement that I saw that he made on a different post alone, just from that alone, I'm like, ew, ew, I could never be friends. Never. And I don't there's not enough money in the world to get me to be friends with someone like that. I would rather be friendless. I would rather not have friends. And I don't actually for that reason. I really am just kind of by myself. I do have a few close friends, very close. And that's why. That's why. That's why there's few, because they're actually real. Anyone else who wasn't real is gone. Okay? It's just impossible for me. Okay? So anyway, so moving on to the next here. I just wanted to show here. So he's in different, so it's possible that like maybe he I mean, I can't imagine that he couldn't afford a tux, but at the same time it's like, he is supposedly out here teaching for free, doing work for no money. I don't know how much the CDC pays, but I know like he had a very prominent job. I'm sure he had, but he was also making donations to Morehouse. So I don't know. Maybe he had to wear his the only nice black tie attire he had, and maybe that's why he felt the need to mention like nobody here is in a rented suit, because otherwise he maybe would have had to rent one. I don't know, or a rented tux. Which again, if that's actually the case, then I feel like that's also like even crappier. It's kind of a dig at your supposed friend of like, you know, everyone had to, and I could be way off on that. Maybe he went and bought all of these suits for his friend. Like maybe he went out of his way and bought all of these. I mean, I doubt it based off of everything that I've kind of determined already, but I guess it is possible that he was like, "Oh, I'm proud that nobody's in a rented tux because I actually went out and bought all of them." Again, I doubt it, but again, I was just kind of like pointing back to like the floor. But yeah, it is kind of odd that they're all here in a circle. And this isn't unique to him. I've seen other people in sororities, even like the Jack and Jill, where it's like it's a part of like this ritual where they do this for some reason. They get in a circle and they hold hands in a specific way. It's ritualistic. And then there's someone in the middle. Okay? So yeah, and then again, here's that photo where again, it's like you can tell you can tell by the look on his face. It's like he's there, but it says I've been that person. Like I know because I've been that person. I've been that person in a crowded room that just feels like they don't fit. Like they can see through all of it. Like they're just too real of a person to um they're just too real of a person to be fully committed. It's kind of like, yeah, okay, this is all fun and everything, but I'm too uh I don't know, like I said, I'm just too real. I've been the person, like I said, being in a crowded room and feeling alone because nobody else just understands. They're all superficial. And that's how it is. A lot of these type of people do end up in the boule because all they care about is getting to the top, money, all of the things that are superficial. They don't care about the things that I mentioned before: family, real friends, true justice, the truth, helping people. And there's not a lot of people that do. There's not a lot of people like Timmy Turner or Charlie Kirk or uh, Steve Coakley, Martin Luther King, anybody who's trying to get to the truth, JFK. Here. Oh, I look at it. It bothered me so much I even saved it. I have it here for you, just in case. So if you ever think that I say I saw something and I'm just not providing it for you. Like, no, no, no. I saw it. I remember. So right here, he posted this in 2013. One of the best things about this picture is that Jordan is in it, which is his brother. I love the way that Jared's hand is resting on Christian's shoulder. George is camera ready, and Faraji knows that the night is young. I also love that there are no rented tuxedos in this picture. It's just interesting. Like that's your takeaway um from this picture. It's just interesting that that's the takeaway. This is Jared, by the way. Okay. He's the one that I was saying in that past picture at the end of that Morehouse magazine or whatever that, I don't know that he had to go to that wedding, seeing that this guy was just passed away. But you can tell that him and Joe Carlos are seem to be quite close, right? Um, he actually is another person. The reason why I bring him up, and we'll get into him later, he's actually another person who did speak out to the media about Timmy Turner. Um, so yeah, we already kind of went over that. And then here, I found this. There was some lady named Alexis Stevens. She commented on so Joe Carlos posted the missing flyer for his friend. Um, and this lady said, "Hi, Joe. I'm a reporter with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and I'm working on a story on Tim. Would you be willing to speak with me by phone?" And it's interesting that she's even asking him in the first place, number one. Number two, um, you can see he never responded. And I don't know if he responded to her in private or not, but I just thought it was interesting. And then here, so this was back in 2013, and Joe Carlos's wife posted this picture of him. This is Timmy and her mother, I believe. She said here, she said, "With Joe Carlos on the road, I was kind of down about having nobody to cheer me in the audience this year. And tonight, as I danced in the opening number, I looked down on the front row and I see Tim Cunningham. I nearly cried on the spot. So thankful that God expanded my territory to include people who support me and stand in the gap. And for a partner who knows what I need without me even asking, I could not be more blessed with Joe Carlos and Tim Cunningham." So why Joe asked Timmy Turner to go and be there for his wife, I don't know. But he showed up anyway. That's the kind of person that he was. So I share this to say that there is this one photo that I found of Timmy Turner with, not even with Joe Carlos, but with his wife, because Joe Carlos apparently couldn't be there. He was on the road. So he was asked to stand in for him in his place to go be there for his wife. So she wasn't by herself. And again, as you can see, he's wearing kind of, I know it's hard to see in this picture because it's kind of dark, but as you can see though, he has on some kind of a sweater. He's got his pants pulled up, at belly button level, maybe a little higher. He's got on a button top. You know, he dresses kind of like, uh, as if he's not 35. He dresses like he's, 62. And that's okay. I do too. It's comfortable. And I don't dress for your purposes. I dress for my own. But people who are superficial will wear things that are extremely uncomfortable because it looks cool. And that's what I'm saying. It's like Timmy Turner never really tried to fit in or look cool. Um, but yeah, and then Timmy did comment and said, um, her mother commented and said, "Thanks, Tim. I'm crying too. You were also in the gap for me. Lakeitha Daniels, you are so." Oh, so that must not have been her mom. I don't know who that was there. But here, thanks, Tim. I'm crying too. You were also in the gap for me. It's Lakeitha Daniels, you are so awesome. I love you to the moon. And he responded and said, "You're welcome, Mrs. Daniels." And Lakeitha, the pleasure was all mine. There's that. It was 12 years ago. So it shows that they were, in fact, near each other, around each other in the years of 2013 and 2014 that I can find. Anything beyond that, I cannot. And I don't think Joe Carlos can either because he has only provided a older photo. So, um, and like I said, I could be wrong on that. There could be things that I'm not privy to see because they have things that are blocked and private and whatever. So that could be the case. I want you guys to be reminded of that, that this is just only this is information based off of what I can find publicly. So there could be things privately that I'm just not seeing. And if they want to provide that information, I'm happy to change my statement. I'm happy to correct the record. And until they do so, this is what it's going to be. So, um, so yeah, that's all I have for you guys. I know this was a really long episode. I try really hard not to make these this long, but this was important. And like I said, this is really just the one person. And you might see him, actually you will see him come up again. So as we continue on, because like I said, this is a social circle. They're all within the same friend groups. Friends of friends who know each other, friends of friends who are in political situations. Like I mentioned, we have people who are uh very prominent, right? These are not just your regular everyday uh friends, okay? It's not. And I yet that's and why this was deleted, we're gonna find out. Hopefully. Why maybe he doesn't want to be tied to Alina. Why would you delete this picture? What is it about this picture? Interesting. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments below. Why this particular picture was deleted. All right, guys. Like I said, that's all I have for you today. I'm going to head on out and then I don't know if I'm going to have a video next week or not. I would like to, but at the same time, I do have some things coming up next weekend that might not allow it. And then also too, I might not have time during the week to even like get it done beforehand. So I might have to take like a week break and then come back the following week. So I will keep you updated on that. I'll make a post on X and on YouTube to let you know if I'll be on next week or not. Just so you know that I haven't gone missing and I'm still alive. But yeah, so anyway, I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend and you guys take care. All right, bye.